Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session February 2nd, 2023. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning and happy Valentine's Day to all of you. May you feel God's love this day and every day. In Psalm 46, verse 10, we hear these words: "Be still and know that I am God." As we center and settle ourselves in for the day before us, let us pause to be still for a moment and connect with God. Loving and gracious God, thank you for the opportunity to be still for just a few brief minutes, to center and prepare us for the business and the tasks that are set before us today. Oh God, may we follow your lead to be still so we can listen to each other before we speak. When we speak and engage in conversation with each other, may we do it with respect for each other and what we have to offer for the good of this body. You ask us to be humble servants to those whom we represent, that we might be a source of encouragement, a source of help, and a source of hope for them. We ask for your guidance and direction so we can make decisions of integrity for all the people of this great state of New Hampshire. God bless each elected representative present here today, and bless each of the elected leaders so they can lead effectively as they move through the business on today's agenda. Today, we will all do our best to serve others humbly, faithfully, and lovingly. Oh God, I ask and pray with a sincere heart that you keep your guiding hand upon this entire House of Representatives today. Give them the wisdom and courage to walk humbly with you and the people they represent. In praise of you, O God, amen.
Chair recognizes a member from Whipsit, Representative Thomas Welch, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands
The chair recognizes Betsy and Scott Heron of the group Green Heron, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Foote, Linda Gold, Mason, McGee, Merchant, Moulton. The day, important business, Representatives Carey, Cole, Conlon, Lloyd, Lundgren, John McDonald, Nagel, Prout. The day, illness in the family.
The House will be in order.
Representative Velez. The day, death in the family, Representative Bolio.
These leaves of absence will be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Melanie Cullinane, guest of Representative Burnham. Wendy Hunt, guest of Representative Colcomb. Robin Briscoe, guest of Representative Vallone. Karen Scott, guest of Representative Amon. Luke Riddle, guest of Representative Seth King. Tyler, Colin, Heidi, and Theodore, husband and children of Representative Phillips. John Lestoka and Orma Thompson, guests of Representative Wendy Thomas. Colonel Eric Power, United States Air Force retired, guest of Representative Diane Power. Sandra and Arthur Heron, family of the singers, guests of the House. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Education, House Bill 102, removed by Representatives Popovici Mueller, Cambrels, McCarter, Moffitt, Hebert, Terry, Ellen Reed, Hines, Diane Kelly, Christine Perez. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 482, removed by Representatives Tom Mannion, Yokella, Ellen Reed, Santanastaso, Tony Lekis, Kathy Kenny, Tensar, Popovici Mueller, Burnham, and Granger. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 599, removed by Representative Tom Mannion, Yokella, Ellen Reed, Santanastasos, Tony Lekis, Kathy Kenny, Tensar, Popovici Mueller, Burnham, and Granger. From the Committee on Judiciary, House Bill 340, removed by Representative Adjutant Alessandra Murray, Ellen Reed, Gallagher, Sabert, McWilliams, Kaplan, Bolton, Staub, and Damon. And from the Committee on State-Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, House Concurrent Resolution 3, removed by Representative Comtois, Mannion, Gerhard, Ellen Reed, Granger, Bailey, Finney, Hines, Wheeler, and Potenza.
Are there any other bills to be removed from consent calendar? Senator Bosman moves the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Under the rules of the House, from the Committee on Education, HB 364FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, HB 337FN and HB 519FN are referred to the Committee on Finance. From the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, HB 428 is referred to the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, and from the Committee on Judiciary, HB 379FN is referred to the Committee on Finance. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 1 FNA, an act relative to the closing of the Sununu Youth Centers and establishing a commission to study the public safety of the secured Youth Development Center and surrounding communities. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendations bill ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. And the amendment is adopted. The question is now on the third reading motion.
Questions on the motion ought to pass as amended.
I make a mistake. The question is on, the motion is on the ought to pass as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne moves that House Rule 42 be so far suspended as to allow immediate third reading on Senate Bill 1 relative to the closing of the Sununu Youth Center Services Center and establishing a commission to study the public safety of the secured Youth Development Center and surrounding communities.
Questions on the third reading motion for Senate Bill 1?
The motion to suspend rules.
To suspend the rules. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The rules are suspended. Recognize the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne moves that Senate Bill 1 relative to the closing of the Sununu Youth Services Center and establishing a committee to study the public safety of the secured Youth Development Center and surrounding communities be read by title only, and that it be read a third time by this resolution, and that its title be the same as adopted, and that it passed at the present time.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, which was referred HB 91 FNA, an act relative to privacy obligations of the Department of Health and Human Services. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Majority amendment is 0142H. Minority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 91 FNA, relative to privacy obligations of the Department of Health and Human Services, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Seth King for the minority of the committee. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 347 FN, an act established. The previous bill is going to, as the second committee to finance. An act establishing a Superior Court land use review docket. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Bob Lynn for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Louise Andrus from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes. Question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Now the question before us is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Andrus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. This is a beautiful February day, and everybody making maple syrup in New Hampshire must be happy. I'm Representative Louise Andrus from Merrimack County District 5. I serve the towns of Andover, Danbury, Salisbury, Hill, and Webster. I am speaking for the minority of the Judiciary Committee on House Bill 347 FN. The purpose of this bill is to establish a land use review docket in the Superior Court to expedite the appeals of and land review cases. In 2022, an almost identical bill, House Bill 1389, establishing a Superior Court land use review docket, was presented to the Judiciary Committee. I was on the committee last year at that time. After a public hearing, House Bill 1389 was voted on in executive session by the Judiciary Committee to send it to interim study. The full House voted to send the bill to interim study. In June 2022, an interim study hearing was held. The findings were brought back to the Judiciary Committee 3 months ago, or in November 2022. After discussion in the Judiciary Committee, the vote was not, quote, not recommended for future legislation, 14-5. In the November 18, 2022 House calendar was printed the blog House Bill 1389 FN, establishing a Superior Court land use review docket, not recommended for future legislation. Representative Rebecca Macbeth for Judiciary. This bill provided for the establishment of a judge to decide land use cases within the existing structure of New Hampshire Superior Court. While the idea of creating a specialized court to hear cases arising from municipal land use board decisions has some merit, the majority of the committee considered the present status of the New Hampshire judicial branch's caseload and the lack of the full complement of 21 Superior Court judges sitting on the bench, and determined that this initiative is not presently appropriate. In addition, it was suggested that targeted judicial training in the state's core land use principles may adequately address the concern which which rise to this bill. The vote was 14-5. Yet, in February 23 of this year, House Bill 347, an act to establishing a Superior Court land reviews docket bill, was introduced to the Judiciary Committee for a public hearing. At the executive session, the bill was ought to pass with an amendment 16-4. These are the following things I feel wrong with this type of bill. Under New Hampshire current law, when a party disagrees with a decision regarding land use, an appeal can be made to the Superior Court or to the New Hampshire Housing Appeals Board. If House Bill 347 is passed, the New Hampshire Housing Appeals Board stays intact. Therefore, designating a specific justice to a Superior Court for a court land use review docket is, in my opinion, layering government. According to the testimony at the public hearing in January, The Superior Court had the deficit of 3.5 justices. The estimated cost to add another justice and the appropriate people to go along is approximately $500,000 a year. To me, this is an added burden to the taxpayers, and the money could be used better elsewhere. One of the appealing parts to passing House Bill 347 is generally assumed it will speed up land use cases. I have heard mentioned that presently land use cases typically can take 3 years or longer to reach a judgment. I ask why. As for example, according to New Hampshire laws, Chapter 677, Rehearing and Appeal Procedures, General Provisions 677:5, Priority. Any hearing by the Superior Court upon appeal under RSA 677:4 shall be given priority on the court calendar. The source 1983 447:1, effective January 1st, 1984. Another part of the law. Appeal and court review of planning board decisions, section 677:15. The court shall give any hearing under this section priority on the court calendar. With these laws already in place, why do we need to designate an additional justice in the Superior Court? Why are we designating land use over other significant aspects that may need priority, like, for example, criminal cases? New Hampshire is not a home rule state, and therefore local governments obtain all of their authority to act on planning and zoning from the legislature. The legislature has spent years passing laws regarding zoning, and now by passing House Bill 349 and adding another layer of government, I ask, are we taking away the rights of local government? If local decisions are an issue, why isn't the legislature requiring further training for board members in our local communities? I ask that you vote no on ought to pass on House Bill 349. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say first, I think it's really important to understand this bill makes absolutely no substantive changes to the law of land use in New Hampshire. Whether this bill passes or not, the substantive law of land use in New Hampshire remains exactly the same. To respond to the previous speaker's question, she raised some very valid questions. I'm sure you may be thinking, well, what's the answer to that? Well, here is one of the primary answers. The bill that was proposed last year did not specifically say that we were going to add a judge to the Superior Court to handle these kind of cases. And so the argument was, a valid argument, wait a minute, you're going to be taking, those people are going to be the judges that are there now. If you remove one of them to be the specialized judge for the land use docket, that will be one less judge to handle all the other cases on the docket. This bill corrects that. It specifically provides that there will be a new judge appointed to the land use docket, who will be a new Superior Court judge, and the number of Superior Court judges will be increased by one. Another argument that was made is that somehow there's a problem with having a specialized judge to handle just these type of cases. I submit to you that the contrary is in fact the case. We have the experience, and in fact this legislation was modeled after the business court docket model. The business court docket has been in effect for about 15 years, maybe a little bit less than that. It was the statute authorizing it was passed when John Lynch was the governor. It has been immensely successful. A single judge was specially appointed to the Superior Court to be the business court judge. And fortunately, we've had two great business court judges. The first one was Judge McNamara, who served for over 10 years until he retired. And now we have Judge Anderson, who has replaced him. From my knowledge of the legal community and the business community, everyone thinks that this has been a great benefit. Business cases have been moved along much quicker than they used to be. And I think the same thing would happen here. We do have a housing problem in this state, and we have, as I think even the prior speaker indicated, we do have backlogs of cases, even with the Housing Appeals Board. This was frankly a surprise to me, but we found out that even with the Housing Appeals Board and the cases that they are getting, the docket of land use appeals cases in the Superior Court has not gone down. So there is, and those cases are complicated. Many of them take a long time to resolve. There's a huge record often of maps and diagrams and all kinds of things. Zoning ordinances are often very complicated. And the problem now is that when those are assigned, as they are now, to the general docket of the judges, those judges have a lot of other things to do, including particularly criminal cases, which have to take priority. So what happens is the judge will work on the case for an hour or two, and then we'll be off to do something else, and maybe we'll get back to it a week later or 2 weeks later or maybe a month later, which is one reason that there's such a delay in having those cases get out. If you would consolidate the case before one judge whose only job will be to do the land use cases, it will streamline things a great deal, as it has in the business court context. And this isn't going to be, the solution to the housing problem we have in New Hampshire, but it will move the ball forward significantly, I think. And it's for that reason that I ask you vote to approve this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hoole has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. The question before us is the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted and referred to Finance. Committee on Public Works, to which was referred House Bill 62FN, an act relative to adjusting the road toll. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator John Cloutier for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 3234FN relative to renewable energy credits. This bill comes to us without recommendation. Representative Kaplan is making a motion for ought to pass. Representative Bernardi is moving ITL.
He's recognized to speak.
Recognized to speak
Against the
ought to pass motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Passage of HB 234 would increase costs to electric ratepayers in New Hampshire by about $3 million a year. Why is this? Utilities are required to make to purchase renewable energy credits or to buy alternative compliance payments. Credits or payments. What can they do right now? They can buy credits from renewable providers that have done the paperwork to create the credits. Or the law also provides, and what this bill attempts to repeal, is they can sweep credits from those renewable providers who have not done the paperwork to create a credit. I'm one of those folks. I have a solar tower in my backyard with 24 panels on it. You may have a rooftop solar system. You don't fill out the paperwork to get a few dollars worth of credit. But the utilities can sweep those credits, claim them in their need to satisfy how many credits they need to buy, or if they can't find those credits, they have to make alternative compliance payments. The credits are cheaper, the alternative compliance payments are more expensive. If this bill passes, the ability to sweep those credits is taken away. New Hampshire will have a rate increase across the board of about $3 million a year, ITL list bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Renewable Portfolio Standard, or RPS, is New Hampshire's primary measure promoting renewable energy. Its goal is clear: to increase the availability and use of renewable energy in New Hampshire, to diversify our fuel sources away from over-reliance on costly, dirty fossil fuels, and move us forward to a clean energy future. To quote from the enabling legislation, RSA 362F, renewable energy generation technologies can provide fuel diversity to the state and New England generation supply through use of local renewable fuels and resources that serve to displace and thereby lower regional dependence on fossil fuels. This has the potential to lower and stabilize future energy costs by reducing exposure to rising and volatile fossil fuel prices. The use of renewable energy technologies and fuels can also help to keep energy and investment dollars in the state to benefit our own economy. In addition, employing low-emission forms of such technologies can reduce the amount of greenhouse gases, nitrogen oxides, and particulate matter transported into New Hampshire, thereby improving air quality and public health and mitigating against the risks of climate change. It is therefore in the public interest to stimulate investment in low-emission renewable energy generation in New Hampshire. To put it in a nutshell, the Renewable Portfolio Standard was enacted in 2007 to incentivize renewable energy in order to diversify our sources of electric power and thereby reduce our reliance and dependence on fossil fuels, and thus drive down electricity costs for New Hampshire citizens. Given the recent debacle on energy prices and the disgraceful spikes in electric rates, due to our continued reliance on natural gas, it's all the more important to strengthen the renewable portfolio programs designed to diversify our energy mix, hence this bill. HB 234 is intended to remove a loophole where the public distribution utilities and competitive electricity suppliers in our state are relieved of their obligation to meet their annual targets enacted in 2007 by the General Court. The Renewable Portfolio Standard requires our utilities to purchase a percentage of their power through renewable energy credits, or RECs, that accrue automatically to all renewable energy producers. But the loophole in F6, Section 2A, which is being repealed by this bill, allows the utilities to claim the RECs that have not been officially filed. The majority of these belong to residential solar customers, like the previous speaker, who have not filed the onerous and time-consuming paperwork to receive the official REC certificates, which they could then turn around and sell if they so chose. By not notifying these renewable producers of their rightful claim to their RECs and sweeping up these unregistered RECs, the utilities and private companies are claiming millions of dollars that rightfully belong to private citizens, in effect, a private property taken taking, which is a polite way of saying robbery. The argument in favor of continuing with this loophole is both disingenuous and plain wrong on two levels. The proponents of so-called rec sweeping by the utilities will say that if the utilities are not allowed to take this free money, then they will pay off the cost of complying with their obligation to purchase recs by passing along these costs to their customers, in other words, raising their rates. So that's blackmail, but even if we ignore that and grant that for the sake of argument, it benefits ratepayers to continue with rec sweeping. If you are robbing Peter to pay Paul, it's still robbery, even if it benefits Paul. As ratepayers, we will bend to this blackmail and stand with Paul, but it behooves us as private citizens in a law-abiding society to stand with Peter and say that this practice must end. The other way this is wrong is the fallacy of short-term thinking that denies the effect of incentivizing a more diverse mix of electric generation sources, the aim of the Renewable Portfolio Standard, and the renewable energy certificates that are the monetary backbone of the whole mechanism. By allowing the utilities and generators to make an end run around compliance, the value of the RECs is cheapened, lessening the incentive and the leverage power to bring on more renewable energy production, which lowers the demand for more expensive natural gas and thus lowers rates in the long term. Unfortunately, our Department of Energy seems to fall into this bottleneck and blinkered point of view by adopting in their fiscal note accompanying the bill the point of view of ratepayer costs alone and not assuming the costs and benefits that would accrue to the entire state and its people from a full-throated defense of the Renewable Portfolio Standard and its aims. But as legislators, we must remember that we represent the state of New Hampshire and its citizens, not the ratepayers of New Hampshire, which is a thinly veiled way of saying the public utilities and private out-of-state electricity suppliers of New Hampshire. The fact is that any short-term impact to ratepayers would amount to pennies on a monthly bill. Contrast that with what we all lose: a faster transition to local renewable sources, which will keep billions of dollars in our state, feeding our economy in a virtuous cycle of greater investment, more jobs, and cleaner air. The elephant in the room is the climate emergency we're in that is forcing our hand on the transition to cleaner generation. It's an existential threat that demands to be treated as such. The intent of the New Hampshire Renewable Portfolio Standard is to provide an incentivizing mechanism for that transition. And this bill, HB 234, seeks to strengthen the mechanism by removing the loophole that is stealing from New Hampshire citizens and harming us all. So please join me in voting yes on ought to pass. And I call for a division vote, Mr. Speaker. Division vote?
A division has been requested. Members will take your seats. A roll call has been requested. Who requested the roll call? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will come to order. The question before us is the ought to pass motion on House Bill 234. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would increase electricity costs by $30 million in the next 10 years, and if I also know that this bill seeks to repeal a law that was passed specifically to prevent an additional expense that produces no further benefit, a failure of the cost-benefit test. And finally, if I know that the original law has served our state well over the past dozen years and was opposed by the Department of Energy, would I now press the red button to protect our wallets and our paychecks? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we get on to the next one, make sure everybody turns your voting station on so you can vote. Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would make utilities actually meet their renewable portfolio standard instead of cheating on the backs of New Hampshire residents who have solar and have not gone through the arduous process of registering that solar, which is in effect a taking of private property and giving to large out-of-state corporations who don't really need the money but are getting it because we've enabled that, would I then vote yes to close this loophole? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the auto-pass motion on House Bill 234. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Nutting Wong. Representative Patrino.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Chair will recognize the House will recognize the vote. The motion fails, not having attained a majority. Representative Bernardi moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, I move to table this bill.
That is a motion that is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 234. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 234 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 184 voting nay. The motion to lay on the table fails. The question is now, we're back to inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 234. I'm afraid to ask, but are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Roll call has been requested. Who requested a roll call? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 234. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. On the vote is 183 yea, 184 nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move on to pass.
You have to reconsider because we already voted that motion.
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side, voting on a side, I would move reconsideration.
Because the motion failed, the no votes would have to move to.
Oh,
That's what I'm doing.
okay, got it.
But a motion to put on the table.
Okay. Thank you. May I renew the motion to lay on the table at this time?
The motion is to lay on the table. That is in order. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 234 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Love. Representative Berezny. Can't push, you gotta. Representative Khan. Representative Aber.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 346 voting yea, 20 voting nay. The motion to lay on the table passes. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 246 FN, relative to uses of monies in the Renewable Energy Fund. Representative Nodder moves ought to pass and moves amendment 0288. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion is on ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. For the record, my name is Representative Chris Munns. I serve as one of the 4 representatives from Hampton and Rockingham County District 29. Although I'm speaking in opposition to HB 246, the one thing everyone on the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, and I'm sure everyone in this chamber today, agrees on, is that the cost of electricity in New Hampshire is too high. Where we differ is how to address that challenge, both today and for future generations. The Renewable Energy Fund was created in 2007 to encourage and support the development of thermal and electric power from alternative, non-fossil fuel sources. It is a component of legislation which also created our state's renewable portfolio standards. To comply with the renewable portfolio standards set by statute, electric service providers purchase renewable energy certificates from electricity generators who produce electricity from renewable sources. Electric service providers who cannot obtain enough renewable energy certificates for a given compliance year are required to make alternative compliance payments. It is these alternative compliance payments that provide funding for the Renewable Energy Fund. The committee received testimony from the New Hampshire Department of Energy that between fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 22, a total of $20.1 million of renewable energy funds were invested in over 4,000 different projects, which have created $177 million of total economic activity, creating jobs and generating important and needed revenues for our towns, county, and the state itself. But most importantly, it has helped to diversify our energy sector and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels now and in the future. According to the New Hampshire Department of Energy, the current available balance in the Renewable Energy Fund is $7.8 million. The annual contributions to it are approximately $4.6 million, not the $7 or $8 million quoted in the statement in support of the ought to pass with amendment. The proponents of this bill would have us believe that rebating these funds to the electric customers in our state will have a significant impact on their monthly cost of electricity. According to DOE, there are 735,700 electric customers in New Hampshire. Rebating the funds in the renewable energy funds to those consumers would result in at most a $1.40 per month reduction in average consumer electricity bills in year one and 52 cents per month reduction in years thereafter. Those of us who oppose this bill know that the people of New Hampshire are smart enough to realize that a rebate of 52 cents or even $1.40 per month will not make a big difference in their monthly budget, and it is extremely short-sighted when it comes to our long-term economic future. The people of New Hampshire understand that to reduce the cost of electricity in the long term, we need to diversify our energy sources, just like you would diversify your financial investments, and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels such as natural gas. The only way to do that is to continue to invest in alternative sources of energy. If we had done that consistently since the Renewable Portfolio Standards Law was enacted in 2007, we would be in a much better position than we are currently. There are other ways to lessen the impact of high electricity prices in the short term. Now is exactly not the time, however, to cut back on our investments to encourage and support the development of alternative energy projects. To do so would be penny wise and pound foolish. I encourage you to vote no on the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
And I request a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Valentine's Day. By the end of all these reports, you're all going to know all about RECs, RECS, RPS, ACP, PUC, and REF, so take notes. I rise in support of House Bill 246. To put it simply, it will lower the cost of electricity by rebating to ratepayers the funds accumulated in the Renewable Energy Fund, REF. To explain, right now, utilities are required by law to buy renewable energy certificates, or RECs. The RECs are proof that energy has been generated from sources such as solar, wind, or hydro. The said energy is sent to the electrical grid. Utilities have to buy their RECs to meet their Renewable Portfolio Standard, RPS. The RPS is a mandate that a portion of generated power must come from sources such as solar, wind, or hydro. If the electrical supplier fails to meet their RPS requirements by securing the necessary RECs, they must pay a penalty called Alternative Compliance Payments, ACPs. Many of the state's competitive suppliers of electricity have purchased ACPs instead of RECs to avoid administrative expenses of purchasing RECs. Alternative compliance payments go into the Renewable Energy Fund, REF. Those payments go out as subsidies for energy projects like solar arrays. One such project replaced 2 turbines and 3 valves, boosting capacity by 0.44 megawatts at one hydroelectric facility. This bill would rebate the REF dollars back to the ratepayer, employing the same mechanism that the Public Utilities Commission uses to rebate the RGGI, or Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, auction credits back to ratepayers. It would be uniform across the board on a per kilowatt basis. These rebates would lower the cost of electricity for the state's ratepayers. As amended, it makes the change temporary and restored language to ensure that the Department of Energy retained funds to administer the Renewable Energy Fund. REF collects $7 to $8 million a year. That is in addition to the over $4 million a year that is rebated from RGGI. It takes chipping away at this tax here and that fee there in order to make a difference in our ever-shrinking wallets. If you vote for this bill, you will be voting to lower electricity costs. So I ask you to please press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Nodder requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 246. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Corman for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Renewable Energy Fund helps to diversify our energy sources, protecting New Hampshire residents from wild swings in energy costs, and if I know that renewable energy reduces the amount of expensive natural gas used by New Hampshire utility customers, thereby reducing the demand for natural gas and hence its price, would I press the red button to vote no? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Doug Thomas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill temporarily suspends the REFs during this time of excessive electricity costs to our suffering ratepayers, now, not 5 years from now, and if I also know that this amendment restores language to ensure that the Department of Energy retained funds to administer the REF later on, but more importantly, further on, if I know that these taxes all add up, ever so small, but they all add up, and that this bill chips away at them bit by bit, we need, so that we show our ratepayers we have compassion in their excessive rate bills, and they all make a difference. If I know all this, would I then press the green button so we can give some relief to our ratepayers now, not 5 years from now? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us on House Bill 246 is ought to pass with amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Munns moves ITL. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This is a division vote. The motion before us is any speech in the legislature on House Bill 246. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. Let it be known that I did vote to create a tie. The motion fails.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
Motion to table.
Motion to table is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 246. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was House will be in order. To which was referred House Bill 418FN, relative to eliminating the rebates distributed by the Energy Efficiency Fund. This comes before us without recommendation. Representative Mums moves ought to pass on House Bill 418. Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 418. This bill seeks to eliminate the auction proceeds rebate to ratepayers from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is an energy tax, more commonly known as RGGI. RGGI is a cap-and-trade scheme. In order to emit carbon dioxide, energy generators or companies that produce energy are forced to purchase RGGI credits. The cost for this is then passed on to ratepayers. However, the rebate of RGGI credits has been in place since 2012, saving ratepayers $120 million to $160 million in the past 10 years. During the hearing, the sponsor of this bill said that the money does not belong to the ratepayer and that this bill is a correction. We do not find a $40 million tax hike to be a correction. New Hampshire utilities have seen their costs for electricity nearly double due to federal policies that inhibit the production and distribution of natural gas and oil, which are reliable sources of energy. The price of natural gas dictates the cost of electricity. Geopolitical pressures have compounded the problem. Adding costs to our state's already record-high electricity bills hurts residents and businesses alike. We cannot justify raising the average ratepayer's bill by $25 to $45 a year. If you vote for this bill, your constituents will know that you voted to raise their electric bill at a time when some may be spending 40% of their paychecks on electricity, heat, and gas for their car. Please press the red button so that a new motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. I could bore everybody with a lot of facts about RGGI, as I've been involved in RGGI longer than anybody in the state other than Bob Scott. We were both appointed by the governor a long time ago on this. But the fact remains this is a raise your rates of electricity. We've heard it over and over again. Well, we can't control electric rates. As a former PUC commissioner, there's not a lot we can do. I realize that. It's a regional market set in New England and national policies, but we can prevent doing things like this will directly cause people's rates to go up. We spend $72 million a year on energy efficiency projects that is all ratepayer funded in New Hampshire. That's more than doubled in the last few years. We have lots of money for that. In fact, sometimes they actually have trouble spending it all. And everyone keeps telling us that the salvation is in energy efficiency. All you have to do is look to the future. Massachusetts spends multiple times what we do on energy efficiency that they take from their ratepayers, yet their electric rates are virtually the same as we are. Depending on the date when the contracts are signed, sometimes they're a little lower, sometimes they're a little higher, but they're virtually the same. So if energy efficiency was this panacea that we're being told it is, then their rates should be substantially lower than ours, but they're not. Remember, this does not reduce any funding for energy efficiency. You're still going to pay your system benefits charge for every kilowatt hour that you buy. You will pay a fee that goes towards energy efficiency projects. So I urge you to please vote against this bill. Do not raise your electric rates on your ratepayers.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again this time to speak in favor of adopting HB 418. The Energy Efficiency Fund is a dedicated fund created in 2008 when New Hampshire joined the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, otherwise known as RGGI. RGGI is a regional market for emission allowances which are sold to electric power producers at quarterly auctions. New Hampshire's share of emission allowances is deposited in the Energy Efficiency Fund. One of the best and easiest ways to reduce our dependence on fossil fuel and the impact it has on our pocketbooks is to reduce our demand for electricity produced using those fuels. If we can lower the demand, then we all benefit with lower prices. That is exactly what the original intent of the Energy Efficiency Fund was. The legislation originally intended that 100% of New Hampshire's RGGI allowances would be used to support energy efficiency, conservation, and demand response programs. However, legislation passed in 2013 dictated that only the first dollar per ton of each allowance sold could be used to fund the Energy Efficiency Fund. Since 2013, the remaining proceeds are rebated to utility ratepayers. This bill would reverse that decision and ensure that all proceeds from the sale of emission allowances are used to reduce energy demand. According to the Investment of RGGI Proceeds in 2020 report issued in May of 2022, New Hampshire received approximately $18.8 million in RGGI allowances proceeds during 2020. $2.5 million of that total were allocated to the Energy Efficiency Fund and invested to install energy efficiency measures in 163 municipal buildings and to weatherize 476 homes. That small investment of $2.5 million will save over 53,000 megawatts of electricity and will lower electricity rates by $10.5 million over the life of those improvements. That is a return on investment of over 400%. The Science, Technology, and Energy Committee received testimony from the New Hampshire Department of Energy that New Hampshire's share of RGGI allowances sales in 2022 was $43 million. $40 million was rebated in short-term savings to customers, the equivalent of about $1.77 per month for the typical residential customer. None of that $40 million was used to help reduce the overall demand for power in our state. Had it been invested in projects to reduce demand similar to those in 2020, the long-term reduction in consumer bills would be approximately $160 million. And that would only be from 1 year's worth of Energy Efficiency Fund investments. Had we not changed the rules in 2013 under which RGGI allowances were utilized, and had instead consistently invested those funds in projects to reduce demand, there is every reason to believe that the impact customers are facing now because of our over-reliance on natural gas to generate electricity would be less. All of us know that the cost of electricity in our state is too high. The people of New Hampshire realize that when we rely almost exclusively on natural gas to produce our electricity, we are going to have to pay the price when demand continues to outstrip supply. They also know that when external events affect the supply of natural gas, prices will continue to go up unless we do something to reduce demand. It's time that we here in the People's House recognize that as well, and once again ensure that 100% of the allowances New Hampshire receives from RGGI are used for the purpose they were intended, to support energy efficiency, conservation, and demand response programs that will benefit all of us. I urge you to join me in voting yes on the motion of ought to pass, and Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Representative Vos has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 418. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill increases yearly electricity costs by $40 million, which will result in a 10-year cost of nearly $500 million, and if I know we already spend $72 million on energy efficiency today, and that increasing that to $40 million is an unnecessary expense, would I now press the red button and vote no on this motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Creasy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your patience. If I know that the intention of this program is to support energy efficiency, if I know that energy efficiency reduces demand, which lowers prices for everyone, if I know that the cheapest kilowatt hour is the one that we don't use, and finally, if I know that the role of the state government is to enact policies to support long-term energy affordability, and if I know that New Hampshire families can no longer afford the penny-wise and pound-foolish energy strategy that we have pursued for the last decade, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 418. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gilman. Representative Gilman.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion fails. For what purpose does a member rise?
Motion to table.
Motion to table is in order. Motion before us is to table House Bill 418. Division has been requested. Members take their seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 418. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Malloy.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The motion passes. House Bill 418 is laid on the table. Before we get to the next bill, my intention is to stop around 10 minutes of 12, give you to about 10 minutes of 1, so that we can get the Senate in here and go into joint session right about 1 o'clock. That's when the governor is going to give his budget address. And then after the budget address, which will probably take 45 minutes to an hour, we will go back into session working on more bills. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 576 FNA Local, an act establishing an energy conservation program and an energy conservation project fund, establishing the State PACE Reserve Fund. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with the amendment. Senator Rebecca McWilliams for the committee. The amendment is 0162H, printed in House Record 11, pages 42 to 43. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 576. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted and is referred to the Finance Committee.
So, Williams moves out to pass and offers floor amendment 04888. Thomas is going to speak against it, and then she says against the amendment.
The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 630 FN, establishing a revolving clean energy accelerator fund in the Department of Energy. This comes to us without recommendation. Representative McWilliams moves ought to pass and offers floor amendment 0488H. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment basically doesn't change the basic bill that much. It's really too big, and we're against the amendment as well. We didn't hear it in public hearing as well. So my speech, I'm going to reserve my speech time for the actual bill itself, but the amendment should not be passed. Please vote ITL on the amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to this bill was requested by the Department of Energy to clear up any concerns or questions about how funding would happen for administration of a fund. The way this is set up is that there is a revolving energy fund, and Department of Energy may have administrative fees and costs, including hiring new staff. So the amendment is set up to make sure that if there are costs, the federal funds that this bucket is created to receive could be used immediately for administrative costs for staff for Department of Energy. It was a clarification as part of what came out during the hearing on the underlying bill, and I think that it's important that we do pay for administrative costs through federal funds because the overall bill does not cost us anything as a state. The intention of the Green Bank is to receive Infrastructure Reinvestment Act funds for the state of New Hampshire. This is already money that people from New Hampshire have paid in taxes to the federal government, and they are coming back to our state. And the intention of this bill is that Department of Energy could apply for and receive the funds in one big bucket, and then direct how the funds will be used for infrastructure reinvestment here in New Hampshire. You will hear that there is an opportunity for other organizations to apply for the funds, but it would be piecemeal as opposed to the Department of Energy. And so therefore I ask that you vote yes on this amendment to clarify that if there are administrative costs in receiving funds from the Fed, they are paid for through that bucket and not by us, the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is Floor Amendment 0488H. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is Floor Amendment 0488H. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this underlying bill is really not necessary, and if I also know that this amendment, therefore, is also unnecessary, would I press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the amendment to this bill makes a good bill better, and if I also know that the Department of Energy specifically requested the amendment to this bill and it was done on their behalf following testimony to make sure that this would work if we have a bucket to receive federal funds, would I then vote green to enable receiving federal funds and accepting the amendment to make it even cleaner? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Floor Amendment 0488H on House Bill 630. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 184 voting nay. The amendment passes. The question before us now is on HB 630 as amended. The motion is ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it gives me great pleasure to finally say that I don't have to say one word about kilowatt hours, RECs, RGGI, RPS, net metering, because they just don't apply to this bill. The fact is that this bill is not needed. We already have mechanisms in place that can handle this particular program. You've heard it's a revolving fund. They call it a green bank fund to receive federal dollars. It comes from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which has not been given to us yet. It's a competitive grant. We don't know how much money we might get. We might get none of the $27 billion that is being offered out there, but I'm sure we'll get some if we ask for it, apply for it appropriately. The Department of Energy would be the managing agency for these funds if they came in here, but from their own testimony, DOE's own testimony says that they have mechanisms already in place to receive funds like this. Having a revolving green bank fund is not a condition to receive these federal monies at all. We don't need it. It's not a condition to get it. So first of all, one of the objections or one of the points that DOE made was that it was not a condition, and that on revolving funds, they have outsourcing agencies that they go to handle funds like this. So they're already set up to do. They just have to have the money, and they choose which one to send to. The DOE has experience in doing this, in receiving grants like this, and in terms of this particular bill, we would be setting up just another revolving fund to handle monies that DOE can already dispense through other mechanisms. So finally, the government has not released all of the details on this particular $27 billion, like what are the conditions, what are the ramifications. If we were to set up a revolving fund now specifically to receive these funds, DOE's testimony said that we might be putting conditions or restrictions or guidelines in there that might eventually contradict what the federal government comes out with when they finally release those guidelines. Those guidelines are not coming out anytime very soon. Even though this bill was passed some time ago, previous examples of fundings that have been passed, particularly say in 2021, some of those guidelines still have not come out as to how we're going to handle or receive those. So we're not in a rush, and if we establish something now, we might be putting something into effect that may contradict the government later. Thank goodness I didn't have to use the word kilowatt hour on this one here. It's just that we don't need this bill, and so we suggest that we ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's February 14th. We are just getting started here in the House, and we're getting into our groove on voting on bills. This bill enables us to receive money from the federal government through the Infrastructure Reinvestment Act. We know that they've earmarked $27 billion with a B dollars, and some portion of that could come to New Hampshire if we apply for it. This bill creates a bucket to receive the funds in the Department of Energy. The challenge here is that we, the New Hampshire legislature, are only in session 6 months of the year, but the federal government has these rolling funding opportunities that if you miss it, if we're not in session, if we're not voting, if we're not able to do some kind of emergency legislation, we miss out. And so I would ask you to consider keeping this bill alive as long as we can while the Fed gets their act together for the application so that we can meet in the middle and receive the funds through the Department of Energy through this new green bucket so that we can have the money when the application comes out, even if we're not currently in session, and so we do not miss out on that opportunity. Let me talk a little bit about a green bank. What a green bank will not do is cost the state money. A green bank uses zero state funding, and as amended, even the administrative costs of the Department of Energy will be covered by federal dollars. This bill does not duplicate existing opportunities that already exist. It expands the opportunities. This bill will not duplicate services offered by commercial banks. In this instance, the term bank revolves to the revolving fund with the Department of Energy and not a banking institution. What a green bank will do, it will create a fund to help New Hampshire projects with challenges in the changing energy market. It will provide oversight through the Department of Energy to minimize risk, choose priority projects, and maximize these federal dollars for which New Hampshire will be eligible. It will also attract private sector investment. Funds from the Inflation Reduction Act can be leveraged with private funding to reduce financial risk and overcome market barriers. We cannot guarantee that New Hampshire will get a penny of the potential $27 billion that will become available for the states unless we have a mechanism for receiving the funds. We do not know all the parameters now for administering the monies, but let's be smart. Let's set it up and create a bucket to receive the funds, and we know that our chances of maximizing those monies will be there when the time comes. Thank you.
The motion before us is the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 630. A division has been requested. Members take their seats. Motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 630. Chair recognizes Representative Vos for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Energy has many, many buckets to receive federal dollars and does so all the time, if I also know that the Fiscal Committee of the General Court meets year-round and is empowered to accept or reject federal dollars, and lastly, if I know that the adopted amendment describes such a complicated process to accept these federal dollars that it could prove to be more of a hindrance than a help, would I now press the red button to avoid the rush to create something that we really don't need? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Parsall for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this enabling legislation uses no state funds but creates a vehicle to return federal tax dollars to New Hampshire citizens, and if I know that the fund can generate valuable public-private partnerships, and last, if I know that without a green bank, we are putting our slice of a $27 billion federal grant in jeopardy, would I now vote green on the ought to pass with amendment? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 630. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to state of the vote. 185 to 185. I did not vote, so the motion fails. For what reason does a member rise?
I move inexpedient to legislate.
The motion to inexpedient to legislate is a proper motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
Motion to table.
It is a higher motion. That motion is in proper order. Who requested a roll call? Representative Berry requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 630. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Heron.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 186 voting nay. The motion fails.
Pending question is inexpedient to legislate.
The question before us now, the pending question, is inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. All members take their seats. Representative Hall requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The House will be in order. The motion before us is the inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 630. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. (187) voting yea, 182 voting nay. The motion inexpedient to legislate passes.
Please stay in your seats for these lunchtime announcements.
We have 3 announcements. Please stay in your seats until the announcements are done. Only take a couple of minutes, and then we'll go into recess until 1:50. Well, 12:50. Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire.
All right, this is for your information.
Close to.
You know that we pass the laws. Many of the agencies make rules to expand on and implement the laws that we pass. It so happens that there's sometimes concern that they're not meeting the legislative intent. So in order to help stop that, each of you will be receiving 1 email a week which lists the rules that are drafted and out for comment. Please take a look at it. If you know something about any of those rules, please comment, and I hope that will help those of us who have to vote on those rules without being subject matter experts to make the right decisions. Thank you very much.
House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith.
The Committee on Election Law will meet at noon in LOB 306 to exec House Bill 453.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Commerce member, I'm sorry about the confusion in the calendar, but we will not meeting this afternoon after session. We'll see you all tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Chair recognizes Representative Vos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Science, Technology, and Energy recessed 2 exec sections on Monday for House Bill 208 and House Bill 298. We will resume those executive sessions on Thursday, the 16th of February at 1 p.m. Thank you.
House is in recess until 12:50.
Happy Valentine's Day to you. Happy Valentine's Day to you.
The House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representatives Osborne and Wilhelm offer the following. Resolved that the House of Representatives notify the Honorable Senate that it is ready to meet in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the budget address by His Excellency Governor Christopher T. Sununu.
The question on the adoption of the resolution. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. The House will attend to a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate is ready to meet with the Honorable House of Representatives in joint convention for the purpose of hearing the budget address by His Excellency, the Governor Christopher T. Sununu.
Chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Senate.
Chair recognizes.
I didn't say anything yet.
Chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, President of the Senate, the Honorable Jeb Bradley of Wolfboro.
The joint convention will come to order. Chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms.
Mr. Speaker, His Excellency Governor Christopher T. Sununu.
Joint convention will be attentive to the budget address given by Governor Sununu.
I'm already touching the microphone. They told me not to touch the microphone. Well, thank you. Good afternoon. I was going to go with the good morning, but I think we're beyond that. And happy Valentine's Day. I was reminded that someone said, oh, you were so smart. You remembered to wear red on Valentine's Day. Complete accident, to be honest. But I am outdoing Jeb Bradley. So we were trading ideas to not to forget to go grab some flowers or some candy or a present or something just to make all is well at home. So I hope everyone is having a good day, a good week. I know you guys are busy. So obviously, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Senate President, honorable members of the House, the Senate, members of the Executive Council that are joining us, we have a few commissioners joining us, some students joining us today, so thank you very much. And obviously to our fellow citizens who are watching online or streaming or TV, I don't even know if it's on TV, but it's a budget address, so who isn't riveted to this, right? Must-see TV. So today I am here to present my recommended budget for fiscal years 2024 and 2025. And it's an exciting opportunity to continue on our path of economic growth, the ideals of personal liberty that we've built over the past 6 years. I can say without a doubt, I'm traveling around the country a lot lately, and without a doubt, New Hampshire truly is the envy of the nation and the freest state in the Union. Of other governors, and individuals will come up all the time. They ask, how has New Hampshire been so successful in keeping their economy strong, even throughout COVID? And I explain to them it's because we don't overly burden our citizens with taxes and fees, and we ensure businesses can be successful without unnecessary regulations and bureaucracy. Government is not here to guarantee a solution to your problems, but it is here to pave a pathway of opportunity, pathways for economic growth, pathways for educational opportunity, pathways for lower taxes, and pathways for more personal freedoms. Over the last 6 years, we've taken steps to chart a fiscally responsible and often a very innovative course for our state. Those principles are all guided by the budget. It's a roadmap for the future and a blueprint for our continued success. Across this country, states are facing budget shortfalls. They're facing deficits. When times were good, these states increased taxes. They built expensive new government programs without long-term strategies, and frankly, they spent like crazy, but not here in New Hampshire. Unlike Washington, D.C., we balance our budgets in the 603, just like families do, just like businesses have to. Unlike other states, we don't raise taxes to meet our needs. We shift resources to where they're needed the most. And unlike the rest of the country, we cut taxes. We increase investments, we work together, and we always find a way, Republican and Democrat, always find a way to get the job done. We do it without a sales tax. We do it without an income tax. We do it without an estate tax. We do it without this millionaire's tax, and good luck to Massachusetts on that one. We'll see how that turns out. And soon, New Hampshire will completely do away with its interest and dividends tax as we fully phase that out. But wait, there's more. There's more. In this budget, I am recommending the complete elimination of the 7% consumer communication services tax. It is outdated, it is regressive, and it is just high time we stop taxing people on their phone calls. It actually took me a while to realize that that's what we were doing. We tax people for making a phone call. It's so regressive. So unlike the fiscal confusion in Washington, this budget is fiscally responsible and it's balanced. It ensures a surplus with additional savings for our rainy day fund. It has no new taxes or fees of any kind. It provides relief to property taxpayers. It sends more cash to schools and cities and towns. It invests in our workers. And for the first time ever, we're recommending a significant adjustment to the education funding formula to ensure that we reduce the property tax burden to our citizens and give kids the adequacy that they deserve. You've heard me say it before, and you'll hear me say it many times again. When it comes to government, there is no greater responsibility than managing other people's money. It is not our money, it's theirs. Families across this state, they're the ones that spend time away from their loved ones. They're the ones that sweat out their paychecks, and they work hard to earn a living, and it's our job to let them keep as much of their money as possible and make sure we're being efficient with that trust. When it comes to our state's finances, times are good. We have managed smartly. We've maintained our economic advantages, and we have worked hard to live within our means. As a result, we're proposing a smart and targeted budget that sets us all up for an even brighter future by prioritizing people over programs. So, let's get into it. One of the big issues that we saw as a result of the pandemic, people grew restless. They started exploring new opportunities. Many of them quit their jobs. They looked for new adventures. They tried something different. We saw it all over the country. New Hampshire state government was not immune from these challenges. Like many industries, we continue to face a significant workforce shortage. Right now, our state workforce vacancy hovers around 20%. This budget will change that. Today, I'm announcing that this budget includes an agreement between the state and union representatives for an across-the-board 10% pay increase to our state workforce, the single largest increase in state worker salaries in nearly 50 years, followed by another 2% raise after that. The success of New Hampshire is not because of its politicians in Concord. It's because of the commitment to customer service from our employees that allows New Hampshire to be recognized as having America's best return on taxpayer investment and the most efficient government in the nation. And to all of our 10,000 state employees, we do say thank you. Another area that this budget focuses on is investments in our long-term future, of course. Number one, our kids. You always got to be sure we're putting the kids first. The foundation of any successful community starts with education. And today in New Hampshire, a child's zip code does not define their chance at success. In just the last 6 years, we made record investments into early childhood education. We signed full-day kindergarten into law. We created career academies giving high school students access to an associate's degree at no cost. We created the very successful education freedom accounts for low-income families. This budget builds on those successes. by taking the opportunity to rebuild the education funding formula, allowing us to both reduce the property tax burden for towns across the state and increase base aid and adequacy for the first time in history. So how can we possibly spend more money on public education than ever before, yet still cut taxes and reduce the obligation from local communities? As we like to say, we're wicked smart. Right now, the education funding formula, for many of those in this room who have explored into it, I think we can all agree it is overly complicated, it is fundamentally imbalanced, and it creates an unspent surplus every single year. This proposal, first and foremost, simplifies things. We start by increasing both base aid and the free and reduced lunch by approximately 25% and 30% respectively just over this biennium. Overall, New Hampshire schools will see an additional $200 million over the next 2 years and an additional $1 billion over the next 10 years, all with a priority towards school districts that need aid the most. These investments, which flow directly to local schools, will help cities and towns offset their property taxes. The changes proposed will also have the effect of increasing funding to charter schools and doubling the opportunity to our very successful education freedom accounts. We have an obligation and an opportunity to give families the ability and the freedom to chart their own path forward. And let's never forget that it's not easy. And we have to have the courage to set education funding on the right path once and for all. Critics say that many of our programs have grown too large. To them, I say this: when a new door of opportunity is opened and our citizens are racing through in record numbers, that's not an out-of-control system. It's the government finally working. That's the government finally ensuring that the system works for families and the system meets the needs of the child, not the other way around. And that's something that we should always be fighting for. Now, believe it or not, even after some of these changes are made, we still have the opportunity to invest in significant school building aid. I'm proposing a $75 million investment taken directly from the Education Trust Fund surplus to get assistance to ensure that our buildings are as strong and as reliable as the kids that count on them. So we talk about we're funding kids at unprecedented levels, huge opportunity there. We're building new classrooms, long in waiting to get school building aid going again and in a significant amount. And we also have a chance to introduce new opportunities into our curriculum to ensure that our students have the next generation of workforce skills, namely computer science. There's absolutely no job of the future, not a single job of the future, that will not rely on computers or computer science in some form. The workforce demands today already outpace the available skills. And these aren't just any jobs, they are high-paying careers. And we can ensure that every one of our children has the opportunity to capture those openings. I believe that computer science virtually guarantees that anyone with those skills will not end up in poverty. And who better to learn language skills than children? It's so much easier for kids to learn computers and computer coding than adults, so let's be sure we're giving it to them. I'm proposing New Hampshire's greatest computer science opportunity in history, $5 million towards a computer science initiative that creates a statewide credentialing system, pays incentives to hundreds of new computer science teachers to become certified within their schools at absolutely no cost. This budget also doubles down on real-world applications by being the first state in America to bring New Hampshire's first robotics to every middle and high school classroom in the state with their new experimental robotics program. It's an exciting new program that allows students to grow their skills and prepare their pathway into the workforce. Now, I also believe that understanding our system encourages participation in our system. That's very much the New Hampshire way. It's very much part of our live free or die spirit. We need to maintain our example for America with our community-based approach to government and community. I'm proposing over $2 million to develop and update a New Hampshire-based civics curriculum for our kids. And finally, I think we have an exciting opportunity to ensure that we're motivating our kids to be engaged and reach for the stars. Not all heroes wear capes, but some wear spacesuits. This week, I'm establishing a commission, and this budget will allocate funding for the design and construction of a statue of one of New Hampshire's most revered teachers, Krista McAuliffe, to be placed right here on State House grounds to commemorate her selfless contribution to the state of New Hampshire and the world. It is long overdue, and it undoubtedly will inspire the next generation. Now, beyond the classroom, there continues to be a lot of opportunity to address our pressing needs. The demand for mental health services for adults and children remains incredibly high, not only in New Hampshire, but across the nation. That's why this past year, the state made a landmark investment in the children's mental health services by purchasing Hampstead Hospital. This budget continues to support that investment by providing much-needed financial resources for its operation and long-term sustainability. We're investing in juvenile peer-to-peer grief support services to help students cope with the loss of loved ones. We're investing $2 million into family resource centers to help families in crisis get the supports that they need. Now, not so unsurprisingly, the lack of mental health workforce continues to be something that holds us back. That's why this budget provides student debt relief to encourage our students to choose a future in these very rewarding fields and stay and work here in the state of New Hampshire. And we recently secured another round of state opioid grants, an amazing opportunity, over $50 million over the next couple of years, a testament to the doorway system that we've built to ensure the wraparound rural access to care and services, starting with prevention, treatment, and recovery, are always there for our citizens. Additionally, we're putting more resources than ever before into our recovery-friendly workplace initiative, which has not only outpaced its growth in our state, but just last week, our team was presenting to all 50 states across the country, many of which who have already adopted this program. The Recovery-Friendly Workplace Initiative, it's going national, it's very exciting, and we in New Hampshire are doubling our efforts to help ensure that everyone with this disease has a chance to work and contribute. Now, none of these great efforts are possible without people, right? It always comes back to people. So we are acknowledging the countless healthcare workers on the front lines by proposing an across-the-board Medicaid rate increase to help recruit and retain these critical workers. And of course, we cannot ignore our housing crisis. We see it on the news every day. Last year, the Invest in H housing program became the most transformative and historic housing fund that the state had ever become a part of. On top of that initial $100 million grant, we're dedicating an additional $30 million to Invest in H to help meet those demands. And we're increasing our investments into the Affordable Housing Fund by $25 million, ensuring that we can construct or at least rehabilitate more affordable housing for low-income and moderate-income families. When we talk about housing, homeless, mental health services, access to treatment and recovery, we cannot forget our veterans. Our military service veterans stood strong for us, and we will continue to be there for them. The creation of the first-of-its-kind Veterans Campus with housing, support services, and respite beds, it got underway this past year in Franklin. And the investments that we're making in workforce in this budget will help ensure that there are individuals trained, licensed, and ready to assist our veterans on this campus and in our state's Veterans Home. We've included a new allocation of $8.4 million for the Department of Military and Veteran Services. We relied on New Hampshire's National Guard throughout the pandemic. We saw them every day on TV, and we must now ensure that they have the resources in place to complete their missions. So with smart budgeting and fiscal responsibility comes the opportunity to use state surplus funds for capital investments. We cannot and should not rely on these one-time funds for long-term programs. That would create huge problems down the road. Too many states actually get caught up in those one-time windfalls, and they create unsustainable government programs that then must be funded by higher taxes on their citizens in the future. That kind of buy now, pay later mentality, it's just not how we do things in New Hampshire, which means that we spend one-time revenue on one-time projects. And by budgeting accordingly, we avoid irresponsibility, growing the size of government, and burdening our taxpayers with long-term liabilities. So with the numerous one-time infrastructure investments that this budget proposes, and that the capital budget also includes, we'll be adding approximately $180 million to the rainy day fund by the close of fiscal year 25, building up our reserves. All right, we'll take that. It's so critical with an unknown economic future that lies ahead of us. As strong as we are today, we're already seeing it flounder in other parts of the country. And it is critical to build up those reserves during good times that we're currently experiencing to ensure that any future downturns that may impact the state are at the smallest degree possible. And lastly, before we close out, I got to get something really controversial. It's not that controversial, but it's hard, right? It's a big challenge. This budget continues to send a message to businesses across the country that New Hampshire will remain a hub of innovation. And here in the Granite State, we listen to and we work with the businesses that are the bedrock of our communities. After years of cutting thousands of pieces of big government red tape, we continue to find efficiencies and to streamline improvements to the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. We call it OPLC. This budget includes landmark legislation to grant universal license recognition for the professions in New Hampshire that require a license. If you have a substantially similar license and you're in good standing in another state, there's no reason you should not have a license on day one in New Hampshire. If a small business owner needs a license to do their job or operate their business in the current state, New Hampshire will recognize their license right here, incentivizing working professionals across the nation to move here and be part of our success. Now, it will not be easy. I appreciate that we're fighting very entrenched, politically connected bureaucracies. That's the way it always is anytime this issue comes up. And they tend to want to stifle competition. But that is not the embodiment of who we are in the live free or die state. It is not in our spirit. I am proposing to fully remove 34 different outdated licenses from state government, eliminate 14 underutilized regulatory boards, and almost 700 unnecessary statutory provisions. This state doesn't license the contractor who frames your house, but for some reason we license the guy who's going to put a rose bush out front. Think about that. Not anymore. Let's remember who we are. Let's remember it is about individual freedom and opportunity and opening our businesses to everyone. Less red tape and more common sense. That's how we grow our economy. That is truly the New Hampshire way. Furthermore, my budget creates an independent Office of Regulatory Review and Government Efficiency to be a watchdog, to eliminate and prevent frivolous rules and regulations, as well as to find efficiencies within state government. We're committed to breaking down regulatory barriers. We want to lower the cost of entry to do business here, increase free market competition, and signaling to the rest of America that New Hampshire truly is the #1 state in America for economic freedom. Now, in the next few months, I obviously look forward to working with all of you, very closely with members of both parties as we deliver for the people of our state. And we can deliver to them a fiscally responsible, balanced budget with no new taxes and no new fees. We're here to design systems. We create efficiencies. We put people over programs and deliver results for citizens who sent us to Concord in the first place. We cannot let this budget be hijacked by politics, and we cannot let this budget serve as a vehicle for partisan maneuvering. It must be about the individual, our employees, our children, and our taxpayers. Washington is broken. We see it every night on the news. They can barely manage to keep the government running, but that is not how we do it in New Hampshire. We are the standard that they're constantly trying to figure out, how do we do it? How do you guys get it done? Our citizens demand that level of excellence and accountability and that transparency, the fact that we all go back to our communities and answer questions. They have all our cell numbers. It seems like everyone has mine. I'm sure they all have yours as well. But that sense of connectedness, transparency, and accessibility is truly what keeps us apart from the rest of the nation. And that type of accountability is what we're going to deliver with this budget. Good luck. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a lot of hard work. We're all in it together, but I have full faith and confidence. As a team, 424 plus 5 plus 1, a couple of commissioners and judges thrown in there, but really as a team, we're going to get this thing done. Thank you guys very much. God bless you all, and God bless this incredible state.
Representative Osborne and Senator Carson move that the joint convention arise. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the joint convention is adjourned. The House will come to order. The House will now attend to the continuation of the regular calendar, beginning with House Bill 260 from the Committee on Transportation. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was House will be in order. To which was referred House Bill 260 FN. An act prohibiting the operation of motor vehicles by drivers with animals on their laps. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator John Sellers for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Drew Fox for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bordas to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak against the committee recommendation of ITL on House Bill 260. Louder? Sorry. Is that better? Okay. Number one, the police are in support of this bill. This is a common sense bill that not only protects human safety, it protects animal safety as well. There are distracted driving laws, but they're based on the discretion of the officer. This bill simply states you cannot have an animal on the person. So I can't drive around with my dog on my lap. There's been many examples where people drive with dogs on their laps and they're too busy petting Fido. Next thing you know, they're in a motor vehicle accident, the airbag goes off, and unfortunately the dog passes away. A 10-pound dog would be succumbed to 300 pounds of pressure from a deflated airbag, which would instantaneously kill the dog. Other states do have similar laws, but they have so many restrictions on it. So they require a restraint on your dog, so they would have to be buckled in or some sort of collar attached to their seatbelt. Some also require the animal to be in a crate while they are transported. This bill does none of that. This bill simply states your dog or your cat or your bird cannot sit on your lap while you are driving a motor vehicle. It's as simple as that. It's for the safety of the animal, it's for the safety of pedestrians, it's for the safety of the driver. A lot of misconceptions of this bill, saying that a animal would not be allowed in the vehicle with the dog. That is false information. Nowhere in this bill does it state you cannot travel with your animal. The animal just cannot be on your lap. Simple as that. This is for the safety of everyone, including your beloved pet. I can't tell you how many times I drive around and I see people driving with their dog on their lap and its head hanging out the driver's side window. It's just not safe. Also, with the window open that much, and a smaller dog that can fit on your lap, you have the potential of the dog jumping out the window as well, which probably isn't wise. We have received multiple emails recently in regards to this bill of people that were previously against it that are now for the bill after reading it and understanding the purpose of the bill. This bill, again, does not restrict driving anywhere with your pet. So I don't want anybody to assume that. Overall, I think this is a great bill. It focuses on the safety of the owner and the animal, and I highly recommend everybody votes against the ITL motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow representatives, thank you for taking the time to listen to my report here as far as I want to yay on ITL. All right? This is just a very short bill. It's a one-off bill, and it's going to be put another burden on the police officer to be looking over everybody's shoulder to see if someone has a pet in their lap or looking out the window or something like that. But at this point here, even though this bill has merit and its heartfelt testimony was given, New Hampshire should not be creating another one-off bill. During our committee, no statistical data was given to back up the testimony. In passing this bill would also allow for a traffic stop or a citizen, even though they are not driving in an unsafe manner. For example, you could actually look at this and say, we have a pet in a lap bill, but then we're going to have, well, I passed a pacifier to my baby. How about if I'm drinking a beverage in the car? I eat a sandwich in the car. I'm using vehicle controls. We're going to have bill after bill after bill. And that's why I'm saying this bill should actually be ITL. And actually, I'm going to ask you to trust the citizens of New Hampshire and let them know and let government stay out of intruding and infringing on their lives and say yay and ITL this bill.
The question before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 260. Are you ready for the question? Representative Senator Natasto has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. A division has been called. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 260. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Eaton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know the only one who should be in a driver's seat at any time a vehicle is going down the road is a driver, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that an animal in a passenger seat can have a catastrophic effect on the airbag on both animal and driver. And Mr. Speaker, if I care about the motoring public, if I care about my family, if I care about our four-legged family and want to protect them all, and in 20 years of law enforcement know this has become a progressively greater problem over the years. Would I now vote no on the ITL motion so another motion could be brought forward?
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill just singles out one possible distraction of many, and after 20 years of commuting to Boston, there are a lot of things going on out there. If I also know, Mr. Speaker, that there's only one state that has this type of prohibition, and that is Hawaii. I didn't know we ever tried to emulate them. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if it's determined currently under law, if a pet on your lab causes an accident, you can be charged with negligence. So it's not like the law is silent. Would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is a Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 260. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 194 voting yea, 172 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred, House Bill 374 FN, Act relative to the application process for driver's licenses and the privacy of motor vehicle records. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Ted Gorski from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator George Sykes from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, colleagues, I'm going to go a little bit out of pattern today as I talk about this bill. The first thing I want to talk about is in the late 1880s, a person left his country where there was violence and economic hard times, and he was an adopted child, so he didn't quite fit in. And he made his way to this country. He was 15 years old. He did it by himself. Upon arrival, he then got a job shoveling coal by hand for the electric plant newly designed by Thomas Alva Edison in Providence, Rhode Island. From there, he went and raised enough money for himself to purchase a farm in 1900. That's the farm that he worked and stayed in until he died. His son, my grandfather, was born in that building, and I lived in that building and at that farm up until my teens. I brought this little bit of history to you because I want you to think about this fact. This bill that I've introduced before has an arc of history. And the arc of history is that as time has come along, more and more people have seen its wisdom. So now I would call to your attention some of the following points that I would like to make about why this bill is a public safety issue and has wisdom. There are probably 14,000 undocumented folks here in this state. When you arrive without documentation, it isn't always because you wanted to. It could be that your parents brought you here. Undocumented them, undocumented you. But the ability to drive and the ability to prove that you know how to drive and that you are a good driver is an important state prerequisite, and it's important for public safety to have people take that driver's test, get their driver's license. This bill does not grant any privileges beyond just that, driving privileges. There have been 20 states and 2 other political entities here in the United States that have already passed this bill. When I first introduced this bill, it was fewer than 10. There's where I get that the arc of history comes along. There are currently in this state 29,000 people who are immigrants who drive legally. We're just trying to make it possible for people the majority of whom came here, like my great-grandfather, in an effort to improve his life and in an effort to improve their families' lives. This is the right thing to do, and I would urge you to overturn the ITL motion so that another motion can be introduced. And I would request a division vote, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Gorski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in opposition to HB 374. If passed, this bill will allow undocumented illegal individuals to acquire a New Hampshire driver's license. So, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of St. Valentine's Day, although there's 50 ways to leave a lover, according to Paul Simon, I'm going to provide you 4 reasons why this bill should be ITL'd. First, this bill prohibits motor vehicle information from being shared with federal immigration enforcement agencies. So, however, if someone does disclose this information to federal agencies, this person would be subject to punishment. Class B misdemeanor, which is roughly a $1,200 fine. The person also would be civilly liable for actual damages of $5,000 or more, whatever is greater. So does it make sense to you that a person who reports someone who may be here illegally in our country be punished? Second, election integrity. In testimony, it was brought up that this was strictly for driving, but there's nothing in the bill that stops an undocumented person to use it to vote. This bill cannot provide a 100% guarantee that it will not be used for voting purposes. Third, proponents for this bill say that it makes things safer, that if they in fact will get a license, that they'll get insurance. Well, this is an interesting argument because car insurance is not required here in New Hampshire. So then there was no tangible evidence to support this claim in testimony. And lastly, and probably the biggest reason, this bill will make New Hampshire a sanctuary state. So in closing, I say this. Driving is a privilege granted to U.S. citizens living in New Hampshire. It is not a right. With that, I ask you to support the motion of ITL by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order. A division has been called. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 374. This will be a division vote. The Chair recognizes Representative Value for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 374 would allow individuals with certain religious objections to get a license and would also improve road safety by requiring undocumented immigrants, an estimated 15,000 of whom already live, work, and drive in New Hampshire and otherwise meet all the requirements for New Hampshire residency, to take the written licensing exam and practical road test to prove they are safe to be on our roadways. And if I know that persons having a driver's license would help law enforcement by providing positive identification of individuals as well as their local addresses, and if I know that laws just like this are already successfully on the books and working in at least 18 states, would I now press the red button to defeat the ITL so that another motion may be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would grant driving privileges, the privilege to drive to people that are in our state openly illegally, if I also know, Mr. Speaker, that many of these people have testified in transportation in the past that they're also driving illegally, we need to pass the laws so that they can get to their jobs, but however, without a social security number, they're probably working illegally. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this bill prohibits law enforcement from sharing any info with federal immigration agencies, would I now press the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 374. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 388FN, an act relative to number plates for motor vehicles. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Daniel Value for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Charlie St. Clair for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Houle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were two bills very similar in nature that were filed this year relative to use of rear license plates only. The first bill, I believe, was either retained by the committee or voted ITL in favor of this one because it went further. That bill would have exempted all vehicles other than government vehicles from requiring both a front and rear license plate. During committee, we heard from the department that the system won't work with just rear license plates. They need the front license plates, we were told. However, there are 20 states, including Vermont, where rear license plates are the standard. Almost 30 years ago when I moved here, I was told, you're moving to New Hampshire? New Hampshire has 10 months of winter and 2 months of rough sledding. I say that because all of the plow trucks driving between October and April or March are driving around with their front license plate blocked. All the cars that get vanity plates are handed a handwritten paper plate that sits on the back of their car for weeks on end. Sometimes it's a month. I was actually told by my town clerk I should put it in a plastic bag to make sure it doesn't disintegrate before I got the real license plate. So yet another example of a vehicle that doesn't have a front license plate that the system has to deal with. Some said it was about the money. Not allowed to use props, but someone said it was about the money. But there are only 5 toll booths, those that are manned, that don't have rear-facing cameras already in existence. This is an important liberty aspect, and I would ask that you would support the motion to overturn the ITL so that we can bring up an ought-to-pass motion. We have a system that has to work with single rear license plates anyway. Why do we insist that we continue to have front license plates on our cars when numerous new cars don't even have brackets to put them on? Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
Sure.
Member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you believe that this bill has the potential to actually raise revenue for the state by allowing people who only have one plate to pay the same cost for 2 if a certain amendment were adopted?
Yes, I believe that it is possible with the current structure for the fiscal note to raise revenue. I also believe that if we focused on trying to track only the rear license plates, we would pick up additional revenue from the other states that only have rear license plates. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I only have about 2 things to say about this bill. The first is that there was strong support on the part of the public safety agencies to require the second plate because a lot of crime happens with motor vehicles being used in this state, and it helps identify the vehicle and perhaps identify the perpetrator. So that's part 1. Part 2, and an unusual thing for me, this was a true bipartisan vote on the part of the committee. A few Democrats didn't vote with the committee, and a few Republicans didn't vote with the committee. But the switch led to the result that you see, which was 11-9. So that is this. I want you to remember that. Wasn't it nice for once where Democrats and Republicans sitting in committee, hearing all of the testimony, not just parts of it, agreed that this was the proper thing to do would be to ITL this bill. And I would urge you to vote so. Again, I would ask for a division vote.
Representative Senator Tasto has asked for a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 388. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative St. Clair for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Motor Vehicles only has 5 toll lanes which have attendants from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. without a rear camera, and if I also know that the Department of Motor Vehicles issues only 1 paper plate for vanity plates, which are good for up to a year and in some cases 16 months, 1 plate, and if I know that the Department of Motor Vehicles only allows dealer plates to be used only on the back of a vehicle while being driven around state roads, and the Department of Motor Vehicles allows commemorative plates to cover the front of a license of the vehicle up to a year for anniversaries and special occasions for towns and cities. And if I also know that the Department of Motor Vehicles allows trucks and sometimes vans to go around with plows covering the front of their license plate for several months of the year. If I also know that 21 states now allow for only the rear plate to be used, and that I also know that motor vehicles, new ones coming out now, quite often do not have a front bracket for a license plate, which causes an added cost.
Representative, this is a
That's enough?
parliamentary
Okay.
inquiry.
All right, sorry. I knew I was going to get caught on that. Would I now encourage you to press the red button so a better bill can be introduced? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sykes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that according to testimony from the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, specifically the Bureau of Turnpikes, that 53% of their toll revenues, that information is captured by the front license plate. If I also know that of the more than half of the states that have single plate requirements are actually in a southern climate where the weather is not such a big factor. And if I finally know that one of the states that was single plate in the past, Pennsylvania, is currently engaged in a process to overturn that law and put back the second plate because of the problems that they have encountered. With that, I would now urge the body to follow the strong bipartisan vote and vote green on the ITL.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 388. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 181 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a Senate message.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in its amendment to the following entitled bills is sent up from the House to the Senate. Senate Bill 1, relative to the closing of the Sununu Youth Services Center, making appropriations therefore, and establishing a commission to study community impacts of the Secured Youth Development Center.
The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred. House will be in order. To which was referred House Bill 597 FN relative to race, ethnicity data on driver's licenses and race and ethnicity data collection. This comes without recommendation. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith. The motion is ought to pass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the bill authorizes people to voluntarily put race and ethnicity on their licenses and requires law enforcement to collect that information. Then it does a few other things. They may or may not make that information public, and beyond that, it doesn't really say what they're going to do with it. So I get the idea of collecting data, but this isn't data, it's numbers, and here's why. When you have a giant pool of potential inputs to a data set, you can have some errors, some anomalies, and they're statistically insignificant, and that's fine. We don't have a lot of people in New Hampshire, and the percentage of people in New Hampshire that are non-Caucasian ethnicities is really small. So any anomaly in those numbers will be statistically significant, lead to incorrect conclusions. So here's an example. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that people who are going to check Asian, or whatever they get on there, are 50% less likely to self-report than African Americans. What are the numbers that you're going to get? What are they going to prove? The unchecked boxes, well, are we going to assume that they're Caucasian when they're actually not? And then what if there were, say, 1,000 of each in a given municipality? And with the underreporting of one, it'll look like the numbers from the other people having contact with law enforcement are much higher, but it might not be the case. So what have you proven? Nothing. It's junk. What will we do with the numbers? Presumably, there's a reason to have these numbers. The bill is silent on what we're going to do with it. There are no guardrails. There are no prohibitions. You could use them for anything. So what if, in the example that I cited, the police that are collecting and required to keep this information just look at totals, not percentages, because they can't get them, and go, wow, when we have interaction with, I don't know, indigenous people, there are 30% more likely to be armed than if we are pulling over African American people. Might they adjust how they interact then? And that would be a tragedy, because you have no idea if those numbers are accurate. So even if you like the idea of collecting this information and doing some greater good with it, you still can't vote for the bill because it's a half a plan. It doesn't say what you're going to do with the data, it doesn't validate the data, and it doesn't protect the people you're collecting the data from. If you wanted to do this, you would have to put guidelines in place or an oversight committee to determine what law enforcement can do with these when they collect them. You don't know. And I'll just leave you with, when you don't know, then you can't support the bill. Please vote to overturn the OTP.
Chair recognizes Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So House Bill 597, this is a bill which will allow people to opt into providing ethnicity and race information on their driver's licenses. And the DMV testified that their plan would be to put a box on the driver's license with a letter or number code that would indicate certain things, but it would not clearly say this person has of this ethnicity or this person is of that ethnicity. The issue is there is no statewide data now. One of the things that I learned in looking into this bill, because my first reaction when I saw this bill, my first reaction was, oh my gosh, we don't want to do that. It sounded like such a terrible idea. But as it became evident of what the goals are of the bill, it became equally important. It became equally evident to me that this was an important thing to do. The data would be collected for the first time on a statewide basis. Now, we do have some police departments who are CALIA certified. There's not a bunch of them. That's a national certification program for police departments. It so happens that my community of Lebanon is one of those departments. And I've learned that although they collect some of this data now, it is insufficient for the purposes for which they would like it to be applied, which is to learn whether there's a problem or there is not a problem in terms of stopping folks. So, here's another interesting point. You won't hear this from us often either. This bill was supported by a wide range of organizations, and it tells you something about how important they think it is. It was supported by the New Hampshire State Police. It was supported by the ACLU. You don't usually hear those two names together often. It was supported by the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association. It was supported by the NAACP. And the New Hampshire Department of Justice also came in and testified in support of this bill. These organizations say this is important work that needs to be done. In respect to the question about data being good, bad, or indifferent, data is just data. It's what you do with it that matters. I agree with my colleague from Charlestown. The intent for this is to look for trends. Are there trends in different communities that help police departments and the state police further define the work that they're doing to be effective and important? Accordingly, I would urge you to overturn the, this is without recommendation. I would urge you to vote for the OTP motion. Got that almost wrong. Too many. Okay, anyways, that's it. Please vote OTP.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 597. Senator Tatosta has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a, did I hear a division? Division. I heard division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 597. This will be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Walsh for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try to make this very quick. If I know that incomplete data is bad data, and I also know if you use bad data, you make bad decisions, would I now then press the red button? Thank you.
House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Rombo for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 597 FN would permit but not require New Hampshire drivers to self-identify their race and ethnicity information on their licenses, And if I know that such self-identified information has long been an important and useful analytical tool, including in the U.S. Census, and if I know that a wide range of public safety, law enforcement, and community groups support this bill, including the New Hampshire State Police, the ACLU, the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police Association, the NAACP, and the New Hampshire Department of Justice, would I now vote yes, push the green button for ought to pass? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 597. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sofakidis.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 200 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Sellers moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. And the committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Majority of the Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 34 FN, an act relative to raising the age of marriage to 18. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jody Nelson from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Cassandra Levesque for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Levesque.
The marriage age in New Hampshire is 18, but the law includes a dangerous loophole. Children, as defined by RSA 21B, Section 1, and RSA 169D, Section 2, age 16 and 17, may marry with parental consent and judicial approval. The loophole became law in 2018 as a step in the right direction to end child marriage in New Hampshire. However, the loophole is still seriously endangering 16 and 17-year-old children. Marriage is a serious long-term contract. To enter into any contract, you have to have the legal capacity to give consent. To legally give valid consent, a person must possess the cognitive abilities to understand the basic nature of marital obligation and to voluntarily agree to marry. When a child is forced to marry, the perpetrators are typically the parents. Parental consent is often parental coercion. Before approving a minor's marriage, a judge must conclude that the marriage is in the minor's best interest. However, the U.S. State Department has called marriage before the age of 18 a human rights abuse. Child marriages violates many human rights, including the right to education, freedom from violence, access to reproductive and sexual health care, employment, freedom of movement, and the right to consensual marriage. And a human rights abuse is never in the best interest of a child. The judicial review process puts a child being forced to marry in a terrifying position of choosing between being honest with the court and facing repercussions at home. Testimony provided to the Child and Family Law Committee by Unchained at Last, a survivor-led nonprofit working to end forced and child marriage in the U.S. through direct services and advocacy, stated that not one survivor with whom they have worked with chose to be honest with the courts. One of the children married in New Hampshire between 2000 and 2021, 96% of children were 16 and 17-year-olds. According to data provided by Child Find Us and the Tahiri Justice Center, up to 80% of child marriages will end in divorce. Children who marry cannot get a divorce or even enter a domestic violence shelter in New Hampshire. These children need more, not less protection. I have been approached by people who ask, but what about if a girl is pregnant? In response, we have to keep in mind that New Hampshire, according to the Center of Disease Control, has the second lowest teen pregnancy rates in the country. Contrary to what U.S. policymakers used to believe, pregnant teenage girls who stay single actually have better long-term outcomes than those who marry. Teenage mothers in the U.S. who marry and then divorce are more likely to suffer economic deprivation and instability than teenage mothers who stay single. We as lawmakers have an obligation to our citizens to lead them on the path of success. New Hampshire has made sure that the tools to empower these girls are available to them. They can access insurance through New Hampshire Medicaid. Services are available through New Hampshire Healthy Families programs and Start Smart programs. Community action partnerships can help with childcare, home visits, and supportive services. Girls can get the prenatal care they need through a variety of sources located throughout the state. They can also get rides to their care providers. In 2023, to think that a pregnant teen is on their own is a ridiculously outdated notion. Marriage should not be encouraged just because it is viewed as a solution to the problem. Some will point out that teens should not be allowed to marry their partner, who is entering the military. We need to remember that although a 17-year-old can enter the military with their parents' permission, however, they also have to have a high school diploma or have their GED. And in New Hampshire, you have to be 18 to get your GED. If a child wants to earn their GED earlier, the child must have their parents' permission, the superintendent of their school district's permission, and pass the practice 5-subject high test before even being eligible to take the high test. So a 17-year-old cannot just enlist and be on their way to basic duty. What they are doing is entering the delayed enlistment program, which allows them to delay enlistment for up to 365 days, and even then, they can choose to withdraw from the program if they change their mind, or if they are not ready, or if they want to go to college instead. Child marriage has no redeeming qualities, period. It offers no benefits to children that cannot and should not be found elsewhere, and it brings countless serious harms and risk. We do not allow exceptions to drinking, smoking, or driving ages. We set those ages based on when people can safely engage in those activities. We should not do the same with marriage. The question we should be asking is not why we want to end child marriage, but instead, why are there others advocating to allow adults to marry children? How much longer will we wait before it is time to stop this practice? How many more victims will there be? How many more lives will be destroyed? The time to end child marriage is not in the future. The time is now. Thank you.
House will be in order. Does a member yield to questions? Does a member yield to questions? Member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to my friends here in the House. I rise to speak in favor of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate regarding House Bill 34. To make absolutely sure I was providing credible information to you today, yesterday I directly contacted the New Hampshire Vital Records Office and asked them to provide me with the number of marriages recorded in New Hampshire where at least one party of the marriage was under 18 years of age from the years 2019 to 2022. There were 5 in 2019, 0 in 2020, 1 in 2021, and 0 in 2022. The reason it's important that I queried that data set is that in 2018, some important pieces of legislation were passed in this House with strong bipartisan support and signed into law, specifically relating to minors desiring to marry. These laws do not make it easy to obtain a marriage license if one or both individuals is 16 or 17 years of age. Additionally, if in the rare occasion that permission to marry is granted, legislation has been put into place to make sure that these individuals have protections under the law. Presently, some of what is required by law in order for underage marriage to occur in New Hampshire includes the parents or guardians applying in writing to the Judicial Branch Family Division for permission to contract such marriage. As part of the decision-making process, the court may conduct an in-camera interview of each person under the age of consent without that person's parent or guardian or the other party to the proposed marriage present. No permission shall be granted to persons below the age of consent if both parties are non-residents. In no circumstance shall a justice or judge grant permission to marry if sexual contact or sexual penetration between the parties would, but for the solemnization of the proposed marriage, constitute sexual assault, felonious sexual assault, or aggravated felonious sexual assault. Permission to contract such marriage shall be granted only upon clear and convincing evidence that the marriage is in the best interest of the person or persons below the age of consent. In the very rare instance that an underage marriage should occur, statute protects the minor in such that the certificate of marriage shall provide evidence of a minor's emancipation. By the act of emancipation, the minor can file court cases, enter contracts, and make financial and medical decisions for themselves. A concern that was heard in testimony in our committee was that as a minor, the husband or wife wouldn't have access to domestic violence advocacy should they become a victim of abuse. That's just not the case. In fact, stakeholders have outreach programs to get help for teens who are victims of partner abuse. This brings me to share some concerning data. A study conducted by UNH revealed that 1 in 10 teenagers in a heterosexual relationship reported being a victim of teen physical and/or sexual dating violence in the prior year, with sexual minority teens reporting rates more than twice that of teens in heterosexual relationships. HB 34 would do nothing to help these unmarried teens who are experiencing abuse from a partner. As legislators and community leaders, we need to put our efforts into helping this population of teens, where the real problem is, not support legislation to fix a problem that isn't. And for these reasons, I ask you to press the green button to ITL HB 34. Thank you.
The motion before us is the... I'm sorry. Does a member yield to questions? Member does not yield. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 34. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. House will come to order. The motion before us is in the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 34. This will be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Long for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that ending child marriage allows girls and boys to continue as children, and if I further know that society has developed from the 60s and 70s, whereas marrying at an older age, couples are marrying at an older age, then would I press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that we moved the minimum age of marriage up to 16 just a few years ago, and since 2020 we have had one marriage where at least one party in the marriage was under 18, according to the State Division of Vital Records, and if I know that for a marriage of a 16 or 17-year-old to take place, such marriage must be approved by the parents involved and also by a judge and for good cause. And if I know that if the marriage doesn't work out, there are legal remedies on the books for dissolution of that marriage, would I now honor the freedom of those very, very few young people to marry at such an age by pressing the green button?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 34. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gould.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 560, F&A, an act establishing a contact person notification program to assist law enforcement personnel who have contact with a person with mental or physical disabilities and making an appropriation therefor. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Reed for the committee. The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay? The ayes have it. House Bill 560, FNA, is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Education, which was referred House Bill 309, FN, an act relative to civil rights education in public elementary and secondary schools, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Oliver Ford for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Mike Belcher for the minority of the committee. What reason does the member rise?
Move to table 309.
Representative Ladd moves to table House Bill 309. Are you ready for the question? Representative Luno requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the motion to lay House Bill 309 on the table. Representative Ladd is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill proposes that within the national and state history and government classes that instruction include Armenian genocide, the Holocaust, Chinese coolie labor in Cuba, the Uyghurs of China, and Rohingya of Burma, while the bill makes no mention of injustices that have occurred in our own country. If I know that student knowledge of genocide and of the Holocaust are required as part of an adequate education pursuant to RSA 193E, thus making this bill duplicative. If I further know the Consul General of the Turkish Consulate in Boston communicated educating young minds with such a curriculum would also potentially risk the exposure of young children of the law-abiding Turkish-Armenian community in New Hampshire to discrimination and disenfranchisement in schools and elsewhere. And lastly, if I also know this bill would result in department having to purchase additional instructional materials for distribution to public schools, as well as hiring an additional part-time employee to oversee this requirement, would I then press the green button to table HB 309?
Representative Myler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 309 is not necessary because the content of this bill is already part of the state curriculum dictated by the academic standards of the Department of Education, and if I know that the current statutes authorize local control by school boards to determine the manner in which curriculum will be delivered, if I know that this very bill was considered in 2022 House session and was not deemed ready for consideration by this body, if I know these facts, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button so that an alternative motion can be placed before this body? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 309 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of tabling, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 having voted in the affirmative, 184 in the negative. The motion fails. The question is back to the Majority Committee report of inexpedience to legislate. For what reason does the member rise? Representative Leon is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the great-granddaughter of an Armenian architect, I know that the wounds of things like this run deep. I know that it's not just me that has this history, but I know that there are so many misunderstandings about what has happened, about whether people who are not alive, who are descendants of those on either side, should be held accountable, and they shouldn't. There is no Turk alive today who participated in the Armenian genocide, just as other tragedies throughout history were not part of it. We still have great misunderstandings about how this can happen, how people that were once friends could end up slaughtering each other. And it requires a curriculum that can help us get into these deep issues and look at them and try and understand how we can prevent ourselves and how we can prevent others from falling from disagreement to great tragedy. While this bill is not perfect, the amendment does make it better by recognizing other tragedies, the Holodomor, the Trail of Tears, and others, and it's not exclusionary. The point is to make people realize the tragedy happens. The unspeakable happens between groups, and we need to understand that and recognize that.
The member will suspend for a moment. Just like to remind you, there is no amendment before us right now.
I apologize. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. So if there was a motion, but this bill should be able to continue on so that another motion can be made, because we need to look at how individuals can end up being parts of packs of rabid animals trying to kill each other. That is and I'm not speaking to any particular group. We all know that warring groups have done this from time immemorial. This is a flaw of the human condition that we must address. So I ask you to overturn the ITL by pushing the red button.
The member from Hopkinton, Representative Luno, is recognized to speak for the committee report. Yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 309 was recommended inexpedient to legislate with a strong bipartisan vote of 12 to 8. The committee rejected the bill for many reasons, but in the nutshell, current law already establishes the content of an adequate education and grants authority to school districts to develop curriculum for those content areas. This bill is unnecessary and constitutes an overreach of state government to impose strict curriculum requirements on every school in every city and town across the state. Many residents also found the bill to be offensive and risks exposing children to discrimination in schools and in their communities. It's heavy-handed big government, and most definitely not the New Hampshire way. Please support the strong bipartisan committee report of ITL. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do request a division vote.
The questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Representative Luno requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedience to legislate. Representative Milo is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 309 is not necessary because the content of this bill is already part of the curriculum dictated by the academic standards of the Department of Education, and if I know that the current statutes authorize local control by school boards to determine the manner in which curriculum will be delivered, and if I know that this very bill was considered in 2022 in this session, it was not deemed ready for consideration by this body. If I know these facts, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the green button and send support for the ITL motion? Thank you.
The questions on the majority committee report of inexpedience to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of inexpedience to legislate, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 253 having voted in the affirmative, 118 in the negative. The majority committee report's adopted. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 419, FNA, an act relative to the Math Learning Communities program of the community college system and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rick Ladd for the committee. The questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Okey doke, the ayes have it. And House Bill 419 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Education, which was referred House Bill 420 FNA, an act relative to the availability and funding for the dual and concurrent enrollment program by the community college system and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mike Belcher for the minority of the committee. Representative Santonastaso requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. The questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Aye. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. And House Bill 420 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The chair recognizes the clerk to read a report.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled bills. Senate Bill 1, relative to the closing of the Sununu Youth Services Center, making appropriations thereof, and establishing a commission to study community impacts of the Secured Youth Development Center.
The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 420, FN Local, requiring the offering of breakfast and lunch in all public and chartered schools, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Ellison moves ought to pass and offers Amendment 0170H. The question is whether to adopt the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The motion fails. Now what? All right, so. Hi, for what reason does a member rise?
I have a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table 429, please.
Okay. Representative Ellison moves that House Bill 429 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 429 on the table. This is a division vote. Representative Ellison is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that children perform better in school when they're not hungry, and if I know that 456 New Hampshire public schools already participate in the federal breakfast and lunch program, and if I know that this legislation will provide healthy meals for more children from New Hampshire's educationally disadvantaged families, and Mr. Speaker, if I believe that feeding hungry children is not just a Democratic issue or a Republican issue, but one on which we should all agree, then now I would say we should table this legislation and bring it back in a different format at a different time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 429 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of tabling, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 in the affirmative, 173 in the negative. House Bill 429 is laid on the table.
Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 430 FN Local, relative to applications for the Education Freedom Accounts Program. This comes without recommendation. Representative Luno moves order pass. Chair recognizes Representative McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Valerie McDonnell, and I'm fortunate to represent my friends and neighbors in Salem. With respect to my colleagues, I rise to oppose House Bill 430. Attending public school for 1 year does not add transparency and does not add accountability. Instead, it is detrimental to low-income students wishing to put their family's tax dollars towards choice. Every child is unique and learns differently, according to the NEA. Therefore, education is not meant to be one size fits all. Moreover, no student should be barred from educational excellence based on their parents' ability to pay. The current program provides these EFA students with options, with choice, and with success, not vouchers. In addition, the bill in front of us contains no exception for siblings of students already qualified for an EFA. That would harm parents who would be forced to drive between multiple schools. This is an unnecessary hardship on Granite State families, including those choosing to make New Hampshire their home too. By restricting access to those who have attended a New Hampshire public school, no allowance is made for out-of-state students. As a result, this would discourage settling down here. We would lose our workforce potential and the opportunity to educate the next generation. For these reasons, when the motion of OTP came before the Education Committee, not only did I vote no, I yelled no way. I continue to say that in front of you as a product of public schools and as a recent graduate of a public school. But the model does not fit every student. EFA students excel and exceed expectations despite economic adversity. That is why access should not be delayed an entire year at the child's expense. In the words of Reverend Dr. King Jr., a right delayed is a right denied. Finally, knowing that the program was theorized in Senate Bill 130 of 2021 to be universally accessible, today's attempt to restrict access must be opposed. I repeat, restrictions must be opposed. So please join me in voting against OTP to defend parents' rights, school choice, and most importantly, kids across our state. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote, please.
The House will be in order. The Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Education Freedom Account Program was introduced 2 years ago, the Commissioner of Education and others presented how the EFA program would be an opportunity for students who are not succeeding in their public schools and needed to make a change, to provide an alternative to their local public school. Of course, we all know that's not true. Other alternatives are and have been available to all students and families, such as charter schools and attendance at public schools outside of the resident school district through the state's relatively new manifest hardship law that we worked on together in 2019, collaboratively with Republicans, Democrats, and stakeholders. But still, the Commissioner of Education made the case for EFAs based on helping students who do not have the resources to leave their public school and choose an alternative for their education needs. And this is a big point, to do so in a way that results in substantial savings for the local property taxpayer, so they would no longer have to pay the local cost to educate that student. But that's not what happened. According to the Department of Education, there are currently 3,025 children enrolled in the EFA program that is offering grants totaling nearly $15 million this school year. The cost to taxpayers would be about $65 million if those 3,000 students, who are all eligible, attended a traditional public school. That's a direct quote from the Department of Education. But also, according to the department, only about 680 students actually left their public school to join the program. The vast majority of students were not attending public school at all. They were already at private schools or home schools. But in any event, they certainly weren't costing taxpayers $65 million. In fact, they were costing taxpayers nothing. Say that again? Based on the department's own numbers, 80% of EFA students were already in private or home schools and not costing taxpayers a dime. The EFA program was enacted as part of the 2022-2023 state budget to give students attending public schools a choice in the education, with an estimated cost to taxpayers in the budget of $3 million. But because nearly all of the students now in the program were already attending private or home schools, the EFA program has cost taxpayers more than $23 million so far. And the Commissioner of Education has requested an additional $60 million for the next 2 years. As one of our constituents said to me, quote, "There's nothing conservative about this program." So House Bill 430 clears this up, saves taxpayers millions of dollars, and makes sure the EFA program doesn't turn into a taxpayer-funded private school tuition bill payment. This bill simply requires students to be enrolled in their public school when they apply for an EFA. Exception is made for students who are entering kindergarten or first grade. We're committed to improving the accountability, oversight, and transparency of the EFA program. With the Commissioner now asking for $60 million more of taxpayer money in the next budget, it's more important than ever that taxpayers know how their money is being spent and the results. Please support the motion of OTP to prevent taxpayer dollars from being used to pay private school tuition bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
The member does not yield. Representative McDonald has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Yeah, quorum. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 430. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Cora Tiello for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the purpose of education freedom accounts is to enable parents to send their children to the school of their choice, and if I believe that it is unreasonable to require parents to first send their children to a school that is not of their choice in order to qualify for an education freedom account, and finally, if I believe that parents, unencumbered by the state, have the fundamental right to decide how their children are educated, to support increased educational opportunity, would I now vote no and push the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Myler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that of the 3,200 EFA taxpayer vouchers issued, only 100 of the students switching out of the public schools, meaning that the other EFA participants had already been in private or religious schools. And if I believe that the current recipients of the EFA vouchers had already chosen private and religious schools, if I believe that HB 430 restores the original intent of the taxpayer vouchers allowing public school students to exercise their school choice option, if I believe these facts, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the green button and support the ought to pass motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 430. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Hall.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. The Speaker did vote to create the tie. For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion.
Who was first?
Mr. Speaker.
I move inexpedient to legislate, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to table.
It's a higher priority motion. So the motion before us is to table.
Division.
House Bill 430. A division has been requested. All members take their seats. Who requested the roll? Representative Reverent requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 430. This will be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 183 voting nay. The motion to table passes. Representative Stewart declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. The House will be in order. Committee on Education, to which was referred, House Bill 487 FN, establishing a New Hampshire farm-to-school reimbursement program. This comes without recommendation. Representative Tanner moves ought to pass and offers floor amendment 0103. 0103H. There is no debate, but there will be a parliamentary inquiries.
I was going to speak to the amendment.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to explain it. Can I real quickly explain it?
Yeah. Chair recognizes Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to say that the amendment is an oversight in drafting, and that it didn't add the state's part of the reimbursement policy to the appropriation. So the amendment shows the 2-to-1 ratio of federal to state money that we are hoping to have to run the farm to school reimbursement policy program. Thank you. And we'd like a division vote on the amendment, please.
Yes. The motion before us is the amendment 0103H. This is a division vote on the amendment. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Amendment 0103H on House Bill 487. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know, in order to initiate the New Hampshire Farm to School program, this amendment appropriates the sum of $745,000 for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024. And if I understand that of this sum, $145,000 shall be for hiring another employee to manage the program, with another $50,000 to support informational technology related to the program. And if I also understand that such an expense is not necessary, as schools may currently contract and work with local farmers to develop their own farm-to-school program without needed state support. Would I then press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment is not only a sound investment in New Hampshire's children, but also an investment in our challenging farming industry and our local New Hampshire economy, and if I further know that by supporting local farming and supplementing school meals with nutritionally dense, locally sourced foods, that geography and regional knowledge of where our food comes from would become a conversation at lunch tables across New Hampshire, and if I further know that local economies would then be supported while feeding children more nutritionally dense food, would I now press the green button in support of this win-win-win for New Hampshire students, schools, economies, and farms? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Amendment 0103H on to House Bill 487. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. (183) voting yea, 181 voting nay. The amendment passes. We're on to ought to pass with amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Petronell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise before you today to ask that you vote no on House Bill 487. We can all agree that New Hampshire values its extensive history of farming, the quaintness of the New England farm, and the contribution of farms to our vibrant local communities and agritourism. We can also agree that good nutrition is of the utmost importance to our students, ensuring healthy minds and bodies. However, this program is unnecessary in our schools at this time. For one reason, there is nothing to prevent local school districts from establishing such a program. The state gives districts local control, and they are welcome to reach out to farms across the state to determine what local products are available for purchase to be served in their own schools. There are already 175 such programs established across the state without a state-mandated program. Only schools that participate in the National School Lunch Program would be eligible for farm-to-school benefits. This bill would also require the establishment of a new position in the Department of Education for the sole purpose of administering this program. There would be an initial cost to the state of $145,000 just to establish this position, $50,000 for the purpose of the technology to write the code for its administration, and schools would be only eligible to receive up to $1,200 in reimbursement. I'm pretty sure $1,200 is what my family spends on groceries in a month. So this is an additional cost of $600,000 for a total of $745,000 that will not lapse. Finally, it is questionable that there are enough farms willing to participate. It is questionable that enough food is grown in New Hampshire to make this a worthwhile endeavor. And we are unsure how many schools would even be interested in taking advantage of this program. Although we love our farms and we love our children, for these reasons, I urge you to vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy Valentine's Day to you all. As a parent, mother, teacher, and someone who grows some of her own food for home use, nothing would make the community of folks I represent happier than to see our lunches in schools across New Hampshire move forward, reflecting more locally sourced meals wherever possible. It is true that New Hampshire has a small farming community when compared to neighboring states, but it is also true that those farms are precious to New Hampshire and are committed to food safety and security of our Granite Staters. Our state's farms, fisheries, and producers are the lifeline to keeping regional food in our homes, and hopefully, with this bill, more of it in our school lunches too. Through this bill, the voluntary program will provide New Hampshire K-12 schools who participate in the National School Lunch Program a state reimbursement for purchases of New Hampshire grown and produced foods. The program's reimbursement rate is $1 for every 3 spent, with a maximum reimbursement of $1,200 per school. Participating schools can maximize their reimbursement benefit by spending $3,600 of their federal school lunch funds on New Hampshire grown and produced food in order to receive the $1,200 reimbursement from the state as administered by the New Hampshire's Department of Ed. This program will annually inject $1.8 million of federal and state funds directly into New Hampshire's farm and food economy. It is a win-win-win if we invest in New Hampshire's farms, students, and schools in this way. Parents across New Hampshire value locally sourced food, and ensuring our school lunches better reflect that is important to our constituents. This bill has an opportunity through funding for the DOE to stand up a program that would continue to further work of connecting our students to the rich variety of locally sourced, nutrient-dense foods from New Hampshire that producers grow and make. Who knows? Some students may go on to become farmers, fishers, or maple syrup producers as a result of seeing a myriad of foods New Hampshire can provide to its communities, from value-added products like yogurts and to squashes and many other types of food we grow and source in New Hampshire. This program matters. Children should have the opportunity to know that just off the coast comes the cod and their fish sticks. From the rolling hills of southern New Hampshire come the beautiful fruits, and their squash may actually be grown in Colebrook. And of course, their maple syrup for the breakfast for lunch days may come from many regions throughout the state. I ask you to support such a creative solution that provides the opportunity to invest in New Hampshire's farming, fishing, and food-producing communities while supporting locally nutritious food. This bill would help us spend 10% of the money we spend on local school lunches statewide in our state. It's a start. I ask that you support the motion of ought to pass as amended, and please press the green button in support of economic growth, farming communities, and nutrition. And Mr. Speaker, I kindly ask for a division vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
No.
The member does not yield. Representative Senator Tasto has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us ought to pass as amended on House Bill 487. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Senator Vlad for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that locally grown food has many benefits, and that some New Hampshire public schools are taking advantage of locally grown foods without the need for a state program, and I further understand that a number of communities along the Connecticut River and elsewhere along our state's borders define local, as they do in my neck of the woods, as both sides of the river, Vermont and New Hampshire. If I also know that a year-round program located in New Hampshire must have sustainable source of foods for the farm to school program to work, and in order for this state to do so, the food source may have to be extended. In other words, the definition of local may have to be extended beyond our borders to include New England and possibly New York State and Pennsylvania. If I then believe that this program is not ready, would I then press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Tanner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the amendment cleared up any issue with the designation of local farm products, it's not supplying the whole meal, it's snacks and foods, and it also clears up the definition of what a local farm is by extending a range of miles. And if I know this bill is enabling legislation that allows schools to participate in a win-win-win for students, local farmers, and our community, would I now vote green to support this great bill that will bring healthy foods to students, will connect our students to where their food comes from in our local farms, and support local farm families? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 487. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Murner.
Members will remain in their seat. We're still in the voting mode. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The motion fails.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to table.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 487. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members should be in your seats still. The motion before us is to table House Bill 487. This will be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Petterno. Representative Petterno. There we go. Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 172 voting nay. The motion to table passes. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 521 FNA, Act relative to Department of Education payment for placement of an episode of treatment. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Glenn Cordelli for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. And it is sent to Finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 542 FNA, an act establishing an academic research and improvement performance data analyst in the Department of Education. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Rick Ladd for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it is the report is the bill is sent to Finance. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 626 FN, requiring the Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account. This comes without recommendation. Representative Luno moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members. This is a fairly simple bill in theory, but the effects of it are difficult to overstate. So the bill takes the Education Freedom Account and it transfers the administration of that account from where it currently lies in the private sector with a nonprofit company that is going to be up for bid to the Department of Education and the executive branch. Now, the first thing we should know is that the Department of Education, as of right now, it has no personnel and no infrastructure to support this change. We were able to get this program up and running in record time nationwide because we outsourced that to the private sector to get that done. It's entirely possible that if we do this, if we pass this bill and give it to the Department of Education, we could experience a lapse, we could experience difficulty in getting this funding out. There's no guarantees if we do this. Here we have the cost of the program. You may hear arguments that the cost is too high, but according to our numbers, we see that the administrative costs in the current program are running within the mean for the public education sector, and that includes startup costs. Startup costs were quite expensive. Now that those costs are over, we fully expect these costs to continue coming down over time. That would not happen necessarily if we gave it to the Department of Education. And I would also note that when we received this bill in education, there was no fiscal note with it. It wasn't produced in time. We have no idea what they are suggesting this would cost if we gave it to the Department of Education. As I mentioned, open bidding on this program should be coming up pretty soon.
The member will suspend. If you need to have a conversation, take it out into the ante room. The member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may also hear an argument that there is too much or doubled up administration over this program. I would note this bill does nothing to address any concerns about how much administration is occurring in the program, because all it would do is it would take it from the private sector and put it in the public sector. That is not a reduction in administration by any means. Currently, the program is transparent. You can access the funding information on the internet. And that is why I am asking you to oppose ought to pass on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Chair recognizes Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 626 would require the New Hampshire Department of Education to administer the Education Freedom Account program. That's right. HB 626 would have a department that's currently responsible for over 165,000 New Hampshire students to administer a program that serves approximately 3,200 students. So what's the big deal? In New Hampshire, the EFA program is not actually managed by the Department of Education, as in other states with these school voucher programs. It's managed by a private contractor. This contractor skims 10% of our taxpayer dollars right off the top to keep for themselves, and that needs to change. But wait, according to a conservative activist organization, quote, the EFA program has been running efficiently, end quote. So let's look into that claim. When the EFA program was created 2 years ago, it did not get support from any legislative committee and was jammed into the state budget with an estimated cost of $3 million. But to date, the program has cost New Hampshire taxpayers nearly $25 million, and the commissioner has requested another $60 million for this over the next 2 years. That doesn't sound conservative to me. Neither does the $9 million of that taxpayer money that the contractor gets to keep. According to their website, they have 7 employees and a current and former legislator on their board. Efficient? Really? I bet most of our constituents would call that something else. That same conservative activist group also notes, quote, this bill would also restrict the yearly test assessments that families may choose from and require them to take a state standardized test. And that's right. Taxpayers should know what they're getting for their precious tax dollars. We're committed to improving the accountability, oversight, and transparency of the EFA program. With the commissioner now asking for $60 million more of taxpayer money in the next budget, it's more important than ever that taxpayers know how their money is being spent and the results. Support the motion of ought to pass to protect taxpayer dollars from being wasted. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There has been a request for a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 626. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Quartatello for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the current administration of the Education Freedom Account is efficient and effective, with 90 cents of every dollar going to help New Hampshire children, and if I know that the Department of Education currently has neither the staff nor the infrastructure to run an EFA program, and finally, if I believe that a private nonprofit organization reapproved annually by the New Hampshire Department of Revenue for efficient fiscal management is best equipped to run the Education Freedom Account program, to maintain a smooth running program, would I now vote no and push the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Tanner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the current EFA voucher program is administered by a private non-bid contractor who receives 10% of taxpayer-resourced funds, currently at $2.3 million, to administer this program, and if I know moving the administration to the Department of Education, the EFA voucher program will be financially more responsible and will provide for transparency, accountability, and oversight for the department. Would I now vote green on the ought to pass for fiscal and academic accountability? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 626. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. The voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 183 voting positive, 180 in the negative. The motion passes. For what member does reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing.
The bill is referred to finance.
Yeah.
So we're good. We're good. All right. No, good, good.
Good gracious.
Majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 638 FN local, an act relative to extraordinary needs grants to schools. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. Chair recognizes Alicia Lekas, Representative Alicia Lekas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year since the 70s, population in the schools has been going down. Money spent on the schools has been going up. And outcomes have been going either staying steady or going down. But we keep sending more money to fix it, but we don't know where it's going. We don't know what it's being used for. So yet again, another program was started last year to send yet again more money to schools that have problems. Okay, but we said, when you do that, we want to know, we want you to have a plan. What are you going to use it for? And at the end of the time, did it work? That's all we asked for. What are you going to use it for? Come up with a plan. How is this going to work? But now, it's 1 year later, and they're saying, oh, if it's $50,000, a small sum of money, $50,000, you don't have to do a report because too much money is spent in doing the report. I ask you, $50,000 and you can't write a report? So at any rate, I would urge you to vote no on this, because let's hold people accountable. Let's hope that maybe the money just doesn't, I don't actually know what, because we never know what. Let's get a report. Let's find out. Let's make people put a plan in place before we give them more money. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd.
The Extraordinary Needs Grant is part of the education funding for schools, and it's a grant that we put in place a year ago, approximately $17 million for the year. This process that we established was to assist those schools that had these extraordinary needs, and we wrote into it, the House wrote in an accountability plan. You receive the money, you write this accountability plan. However, when you distribute this money over all the schools, some schools are receiving $1,000, $2,000, very little amounts. This bill was constructed and submitted to us by the Department of Education in an effort to streamline this program and allow those districts which are very small schools like these K through 3s, K through 4s, to allow this to be unrestricted money to assist them as we do with all other aspects of the education formula. So I would encourage you to support the Department of Education's request and send this bill on to the Finance Committee, where we will be discussing all three of these areas, be it the relief grants, be it extraordinary grants, or be it the fiscal capacity. All that, as the governor mentioned this morning, needs an overhaul. So let's send this thing on, as the department's asking, to the Finance Committee and resolve this whole process. Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority report of order passed on House Bill 638. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and this bill will be sent to Finance. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 324 FNA, relative to campaign contributions and expenditures and making appropriation therefore. This bill has been sent to us without recommendation. Representative Muirhead moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose the ought to pass motion on HB 324. HB 324 is a $6 million expenditure, which it does, in its attempt to get money out of politics, it takes money out of the taxpayers' wallets and then puts more money into politics. It will not accomplish the things that it claims to do. It will end up, it is colloquially known in other states where it has been put in as the political operative bailout fund, because what it does is it takes your tax dollars and gives it to a campaign that would not otherwise be able to raise them. Finally, this law violates the Constitution, because in the Constitution you have this thing called right to freedom of association. So when the government takes your money and then gives it to a candidate that you don't support, that violates your freedom of association and your freedom of speech. We do need to work on our campaign finance laws. We just passed comprehensive campaign finance reform, but this is a $6 million taxpayer-funded boondoggle, and I ask the body to reject it.
Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before any candidate faces voters, candidates, especially for statewide offices, have to succeed in a different primary. They have to succeed in the donor primary. They have to appeal to out-of-state donor elites if they're going to run a viable campaign. They appeal to people who don't understand New Hampshire, don't live in New Hampshire, and aren't committed to New Hampshire. I was just talking to a campaign strategist about candidates who might run in the next gubernatorial cycle, and the strategist told me that candidates have to pass the Rolodex test, in which they are grilled about how many big donors they know and how much money they can raise out of state. This bill seeks to disempower the out-of-state elite donor class and re-empower New Hampshire voters. And it does it in a very simple way. It gives every voter 4 $25 certificates that they can give to any candidate for executive council or governor of their choice. It turns voters into donors and gives candidates with real support in the population a chance to run a viable campaign. My friend and colleague from the great city of Manchester just said that a bill such as this would empower candidates who are weak. But that's not true, because in order to qualify for voter dollars, candidates have to collect large numbers of very small donations. For an executive council would have to collect 500 donations of at least $5 to qualify. You can't do that unless people in your district know you. People in your district appreciate you. People in your district want you to run. Gubernatorial candidates would have to collect 2,500 $5 donations. That shows real local support. My friend and colleague suggests that a bill like this might be unconstitutional. But in fact, plans like this have been tested and work. We have public financing of campaigns in Maine. We have public financing of campaigns in Washington. They haven't been declared unconstitutional. We have a presidential campaign election fund that you might notice when you're filling out your 1040 over the next month or two, where there's a checkbox you can give $3 to the fund. These are not considered to be unconstitutional, and this one won't be either. This idea was formed in a bipartisan study committee, and it was introduced in an earlier version a couple sessions ago. This particular bill has been refined and revised in light of criticisms and suggestions that have come from members of both parties, including former chairs of the Election Law Committee. This particular bill would not cost $6 million. This bill would allocate $1. This bill creates a legal framework for this plan. We would need to persuade each other and explain the plan sufficiently to citizens, and at a further date allocate funding for it to become fully active. So this creates a legal framework, not a cost. Now, I have estimated what this bill, if it were fully utilized by every candidate in both parties for executive council and governor, might cost. And the $6 million estimate is accurate. It's about $8 per voter per election cycle. And that's what it would cost for a system of clean elections. I wouldn't be donating to candidates I don't support. I would be funding a clean election system. That's what it would cost to restore voter confidence in our elections. And for that reason, I'd like to recommend to my colleagues that you vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Senator Natasto has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 324. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Prudhomme O'Brien for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill creates opportunities for fraud, and if I also know that this bill is expensive and we do not know the true costs of what it will be, and lastly, and most importantly, if I know that this bill will compel citizens to financially support campaigns that they oppose, would I now press the red button and oppose the motion of ought to pass?
Chair recognizes Representative Muirhead for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the influence of the out-of-state donor elite damages confidence in our elections and disadvantages strong local candidates with deep roots in the state and in their communities, if I know that voter-owned elections have been tried in other places and work, if I know that this bill would empower New Hampshire voters and New Hampshire candidates with broad and deep support, would I press the green button to vote yes, ought to pass?
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 324. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 163 voting yea, 200 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Inexpedient to legislate. I move inexpedient
Expedient to legislate. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. A division is called. There is question whether it was yea or nay. Members be in their seats. The question before us, that was a voice vote, that was indeterminable, is if you're in favor of the ITL, you vote yea. If you're opposed, you vote nay. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. We've got it. This is House Bill 324.
The Speaker, you put what the vote is. It doesn't matter what the board says. You stated it. People need to vote because several did. Representative Perez, how did you vote, please?
The Speaker has stated what the bill is. The board does not matter. The Speaker has stated 324 was what was on what we're taking up. Thank you.
Yes or no, Representative Perez? Thank you. Representative Vale. Representative Lovett. Representative Manier. Representative Megan Murray. Representative Juris. Representative Vincent. Representative Haskins. Representative Manos. Representative Edgar. Representative Cloutier. Representative McAleer. Representative Chrétien. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 201 voting yea, 163 voting nay. The ITL motion is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion.
I'm sorry?
I rise to make a motion.
Okay, state your motion.
I would like to move that HB 234 from the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee be removed from the table.
The motion is in order.
And a division. Division.
So, correct. So, Representative Weber, let's just talk about the situation. Because both the OTPA and the ITL. Right. So there is no pending question, right? If this were to come off. Which you told you have a member on the other side. We have a member who voted who is going to make a motion to reconsider. Okay. Trust me.
table and then somebody is going to move for reconsideration. He voted on the failing side, which is
Members, take your seats. Division vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to remove House Bill 234 from the table. This is going to be a division vote. We're just going to have two PIs, and then we'll go right into the vote. Chair recognizes Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a member who voted ITL on this motion, I'm sorry, let me start over. If I know that there is a member who voted, we had a tie, and that a member who voted on the side of having the bill fail would like to reconsider his vote, would I now give him that consideration to be able to move reconsideration by removing this bill from the table and pressing the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the purpose of this bill was to repeal a law that has been in effect for well over 15 years, and if I also know that doing so would eliminate a logical idea that was put into statute.
Representative Vos, this is strictly not on the bill itself, on removing it from the table.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. We need to move on. If I know that we need to move on this afternoon and get our work done, would I leave this bill on the table by pressing the red button? Thank you.
The motion before us on House Bill 234 is to remove it from the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds, and members should be in their seats.
Representative Balboni. You can't push the button. You have to give me a thumb up or a thumb down, please. Representative Wendy Thomas. Thank you.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The motion fails. The House will be in order. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 502 FN, relative to voter affidavit ballots. This comes without recommendation. Representative Lane moves ought to pass. The chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 502 would return New Hampshire to a series of lawless elections. So let me explain to you what you would be voting for if you vote for HB 502. You would be voting so that any person can walk into any polling location, register to vote while presenting literally nothing. Not a driver's license, not a student ID, not a bill, not a text message, nothing. They are then handed a ballot, not an affidavit ballot. They are handed a full ballot that then goes into the box. But wait, it actually does more, because it doesn't just repeal affidavit ballots. It actually walks us back farther and restores the religious picture affidavit, which not a single person, the people who opposed it when we repealed this last year, they weren't able to find a single person with standing to sue over it. That would mean that somebody can walk into the polling location, present nothing, not even have their picture taken, and they are handed a ballot. It's ridiculous. What it does is it breeds a lack of faith into our elections. When people do not believe in the process, they don't vote. They are going to get up here and they're going to tell you this is about people showing up without ID. This is about people who are not on the poll, they are not registered to vote. So if you forget your ID and you're registered to vote in your town, this doesn't affect you. You can still vote. Everything's fine. This is about people showing up to the polls on election day who are not registered to vote and not presenting anything about who they are or where they live. Voter ID, and this isn't even voter ID, this is showing something when you're registering. Voter ID is overwhelmingly popular, and it's not just overwhelmingly popular with Republicans, it's overwhelmingly popular with Democrats in New Hampshire. There's been 2 polls conducted about this, and both times a majority of Democrats polled supported showing an ID at the polls. Stand with your voters and vote against the ought to pass motion.
Chair recognizes Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak for the passage of HB 502. The bill will repeal what we voted into law last year, RSA 659:23A, which was passed along party lines by this House and established affidavit balloting, also known as provisional or challenge ballots. It was passed in the name of election integrity, as we just heard, without pointing to any evidence of abuse of the election system, and without review.
The House will be in order.
And without the review of the New Hampshire Supreme Court or the Attorney General's office as requested by the minority party. The existing law effectively removes the ability of a voter without photo identification to sign an affidavit at the voting place swearing to the voter's address and identity. Voters without photo IDs must return the packet that they are given and a copy of any required documentation to the Secretary of State's office in the provided prepaid U.S. postal envelope within 7 days of the election in order for their ballot to be certified. Their votes may not count due to the slowness of the U.S. Postal Service or the inability to retrieve the necessary documents by the deadline. This bill will return the law to its status prior to the enactment of SB 418 last year. In addition to being a thinly veiled voter suppression effort, our existing law is riddled with serious flaws. First, whether it violates the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 2, Article 32, by adding or subtracting votes after the tally is made by the moderator on election night. Under existing law, affidavit ballots cannot be finally counted or reported until 10 days after the election day. Provisionally counting as many as tens of thousands of ballots on election day, just to subtract them 10 days later does not satisfy the requirement of the ballots are counted in the same meeting or the same day as the election. They are therefore inconsistent with Part 2, Article 32's mandate that all ballots be counted on the date that they are cast. This is currently in court being contested on this point. The law may also violate the state's newest constitutional provision, Part 2, Article 2B, which says an individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. Provisional ballots are not secret. They are assigned a number linking them to the voter. The moderator and other voting officials will be able to see the provisional ballot linked to the voter. Secret ballots are at the heart of our democracy and our right to privacy. The time frames in the existing law make it extremely difficult, and probably in some cases impossible, to comply with what's called the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Ballot, called UOCAVA, which requires ballots to be mailed to service members and their families 45 days prior to the election. Because our state primary is so late, this year there's 56 days before the general election, between the primary and the general election. The Secretary of State's office already has a tight timeline to comply with the statute. The new law that we enacted last year makes compliance even more difficult for the Secretary of State because the election totals will be recalculated 10 to 14 days after the primary, with potential new winners announced 1 day before the UCAVA deadline for ballots to be formatted, printed, and sent. And if a recount is permitted and requested, final primary members will not be known in time to meet the 45-day deadline. Finally, RSA, the existing law, also conflicts with RSA 656-16, which provides that there shall be no impression or mark to distinguish one general election ballot from another. The affidavit is marked by the moderator. In sum, the law we passed last year imposes unnecessary burdens on election administrators and voters. It does not comply with the Constitution, and it flies in the face of Governor Sununu's statements confirming the safety and reliability of New Hampshire elections, as well as the findings of the Secretary of State's Special Committee on Voter Confidence. It does not comply with federal law and endangers the right of military and their families to vote. For these reasons, I urge the members of this House to repeal the existing law and vote ought to pass on HB 502. I also ask for a division vote, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Clerk. Yoo-hoo! I asked for a division vote. just wanted to make sure you got that. Okay.
Who? I think as Representative Perez requests a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. We've already had a request and it failed. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 502. This will be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Whaley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would return us to a situation where anyone can walk into New Hampshire polling station on Election Day to register for the first time and receive a ballot without any proof whatsoever of their identification, and if I know that we have an obligation to our public, our voters, our constituents, to ensure that not only do all qualified voters have the opportunity to cast a ballot, but that also only qualified voters have the opportunity to cast a ballot. And if I know that this bill, if passed, would leave us with no way to know how many of our voters were qualified. And in addition, if I know that the current law applies only to those who show up to a polling station to register for the first time on Election Day with no ID, and I know that it has been testified in committee when SB 418 was in the process of passing SB 418 that there is more than adequate time to get ballots out to UCAVA voters, overseas voters, would I then preserve the integrity and the accountability and the trust of our voters in our election processes by pressing the red button to vote no on this motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Brennan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know New Hampshire elections are safe, secure, and there has been no evidence of widespread voter fraud, and if I know that the constitutionality of the provisional ballot law is being challenged in court, and Mr. Speaker, if I know Granite Staters, including our overseas service members, value their right to vote and have that vote counted, would I now press the green button to support the repeal of the unnecessary and constitutionally questionable provisional ballot law? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 502. This will be a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move inexpedient to legislate.
Member makes a motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 502. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. I hope everybody is still in their seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 502. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. The legislature has
Please
grown.
continue to vote. Do not vote. Thank you.
Representative Perez. Thank you. Representative Ford.
Where are we? 101? House will be in order. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 182 to 181, the motion passes. The Speaker did vote.
It's going to waste. No, it's the ITL passed.
Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 508 FN, an act relative to the payment of postage on absentee ballot return envelopes. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Robert Weary for the committee. Senator Weary. Oh, this is okay. Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler. Wheeler. Yeah.
Representative Wheeler. Please recognize you, Representative Wheeler.
Wheeler. Representative Wheeler, you're recognized to speak.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I was being talked to. Couldn't hear you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Hampshire is a state of many elections. Everyone in this building has to run every 2 years. We have town meeting annually. And as all of you who have been in Rochester over these last few weeks know very well, we have special elections, and you can bet on it almost every off year. Tens of thousands of voters in these elections vote absentee every time, as the Secretary of State illustrated in the fiscal note to this legislation. And absentee voting has been a practice since the Civil War, going back to when soldiers needed to practice their civic duty on the battlefield while protecting and defending this country, the country which gave them that civic duty. And it is quite unfortunate that the process of absentee voting, given its history and given its long standing in the United States, has become such a partisan tool over these last few cycles. Free and fair voting is one of the bedrock processes which keeps this nation's politics vibrant and strong. And the practice of absentee voting ensures every citizen their right to cast a ballot for those who they want to represent them in the halls of government. House Bill 508 says to a voter who determines they need to use the absentee system to perform their civic duty that their ballot will come with the correct postage when received. The many elections we have also means many ballots in all different sizes, in all different shapes. And the stamps required to mail out a ballot in Peterborough might be different than the stamps required to mail out a ballot in Windham, which has many more candidates on a given general election ballot. Some ballots being so heavy as to require multiple stamps. There is no postage standard for our elections. The voters who request an absentee ballot are people who already have a tough enough time requesting the ballot, however unbelievable that may be for us able-bodied folks. Those same barriers exist for them simply stepping outside of the House, let alone dealing with the bureaucracy of voting. So when I read the committee report by my friend from Hudson, I cringe a little bit thinking of my differently abled brothers and sisters in my community and throughout this state who know how hard it is in this day and age to do even the basic of tasks, let alone, like I said, vote. And again, however hard that may be for us with enough energy to sit here all day to believe, this is the reality for people in our state. The costs outlined in the committee report of researching the candidates, transportation, or time taken to place one's vote are all something that someone who's voting absentee also must incur. And I do not purport to believe that those personal costs should not be. When an individual has incurred the cost of getting out of the house, driving to their town clerk, and requesting an absentee ballot, they should be treated no differently than the person who takes the time on election day to get out of their house, drive to the polling place, and vote. Do you have to pay $1 to the feds to put your ballot in the counting machine at your polling place? No, you do not. And that would be absolutely ridiculous if you did. So why should a voter who has to use an absentee ballot have to pay $1 to the feds to have that ballot counted via the mail? What do we pay taxes for? The status quo has voters in two classes: those who put their ballot in the machine for no cost, and those who mail out their ballot with a postage cost to the federal government. Contrary to what my friend from Hudson said in the committee report, this legislation takes us another step forward in breaking up the status quo of having two different classes of voters and ensuring the rights of every citizen are upheld as by we, those who swore to do so. Now, I wish I could claim I had some genius original idea here, but unfortunately for me and my ego, I did not. This is a proposal which has been implemented in 19 states and counting on a bipartisan basis. Not just scary liberal states like Washington, Rhode Island, Maryland, and Massachusetts, but ruby red states like West Virginia, Idaho, and Missouri, Iowa as well, have also implemented similar programs. This is a common sense proposal which guarantees no one is paying $1 to the feds once they've made the journey to vote, and that no one's ballot gets bounced back for something as silly as it being too heavy. Everyone at some point or another may have to use an absentee ballot. And we pay taxes for the roads not because everyone will use them, but because everyone can use them. Same can be said for our schools and so many other public institutions. The postage on an absentee ballot isn't anywhere near as important as the roads or our schools, and I won't claim it to be, but voting is still a public right. And once an absentee ballot is filled out, it should be received without paying $1 to the feds when you mail it. We've paid our taxes, and those taxes should be used to guarantee each right and service is properly and effectively funded, including something as small as a postage on yours or another person's absentee ballot. So join me in voting against this committee report so we can be the 20th state to realize this impactful but small change is the right way to move forward as a state. Thank you very much.
Does a member yield to questions? Does a member yield to questions?
I do. Sure, I'll take
The member yields.
Sorry to my friends.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would it be a logical extension of this program to offer mileage to voters who drive to the polls?
No, it wouldn't. As I said in my speech, someone who drives to the town clerk is the same as someone who drives to the polling place. So we wouldn't pay for you to go to the polling place. This is about once you have requested a ballot, that ballot should come with the necessary things it's needed to have that ballot counted. I'm not talking about going to the polling place. Going to the polling place, as I said here, should still have some costs, personal costs, just as going to the grocery store does.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 508. Chair recognizes Representative Weary.
Thank you. I will not be as eloquent as my colleague from Peterborough, but I will be brief. Point number one, this asks for $100,000 annually for prepaid postage on absentee ballot return envelopes. Inherent with the great privilege to vote is an intrinsic cost to vote. So whether it's time, transportation, or postage, voters bear some nominal cost. By spending $100,000 annually for prepaid postage on absentee ballot return envelopes, this bill would create two classes of voters: the reimbursed voter and the unpaid, unreimbursed voter. If one goes down the reimbursement rabbit hole, where would it end? Should pen or ink or mileage be reimbursed? Should the postage for the absentee ballot request be reimbursed? When does reimbursement end? How much of the annual cost will be wasted because of unused prepaid envelopes? Finally, point number 6, no evidence was provided by the sponsors as to the extent of this alleged issue. At $100,000 annually, perhaps this bill is a massive solution trying to fix a problem that is really less than the size of a proverbial postage stamp. Please vote to support the ITL for House Bill 508.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 508. A division vote has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 508. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Heath Howard for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that ensuring election integrity means that election officials receive absentee ballots in a timely and secure manner, and if I know that this bill is eliminating another fee associated with voting, and if I know that this is a low-cost measure to prevent potential obstacles when voting that 19 other states, as well as Washington, D.C., have approved, and if I know that this puts the tax burden on the state rather than the individual, then I would suggest that you join me in pressing the red button so another motion could be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Kennedy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I notice is that the points that I was going to make have already been made.
This is a parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, if I note that it is unfair to favor absentee voters by having the state pay their postage, would I press the green button on ITL and on House Bill 508? Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 508. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 172 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. The Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 300 FN, an act prohibiting the disposal of certain food waste, considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Reagan Murray for the committee. The amendment is 0169H, printed in House Record 11, page 3839. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is that ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted and is going to finance. Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 462 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Solid Waste Management Fund and targeting food waste reduction and diversion. Considered the same, report with the same, with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Judy Heron for the committee. Amendment is 0159H, printed in House Record 11, page 41. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it is heading to finance. Committee on Environment and Agriculture, to which was referred House Bill 494FN, an act relative to fees collected under the New Hampshire fertilizer law. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Peter Bixby for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted, and it's going to Ways and Means. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 341 FN, an act establishing licensure for massage establishments. Having considered the same, report the same, following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Matthew, Senator Tasto for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Jassy Grody for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Grody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 341 is a policy bill that establishes licensure for massage establishments. This is not new to New Hampshire, in that we have many establishments that are licensed, such as salons, work sites, barbers, estheticians, cosmetologists, and electrologists. So what does that mean? In OPLC, there are three divisions. There's the investigative division, there's the compliance division, and there's the disciplinary division. So what a massage establishment license does is allows OPLC to check for compliance to the rules of that board. And so this means that after this bill were to pass, there would have to be rules established. And these rules are done in compliance with the board and OPLC. So I wanted to go through this example with you because it's just not passing a bill. It means establishing rules that are decided by the board and the agency, which is OPLC, and then approved by GELCAR. I think you heard Representative McGuire mention GELCAR a little earlier. So I hope that you will overturn the ITL by voting red so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Natasto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill establishes yet another license businesses will have to comply with. This license is another set of paperwork we have to burden our already licensed massage providers with. This licensing will allow OPLC inspectors to inspect the premises of these businesses, creating a potential Fourth Amendment violations on the part of the state, being that the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution protects the right of the people to be secure in their papers and effects and protects them from warrantless searches. Additionally, the aim of this bill was to, in part, is to reduce sex trafficking in the state by targeting the massage establishments. This will have little or no effect because any illegal businesses of this kind will rebrand, retool, or simply not comply with a statute that requires periodic inspections, especially when uncompliance only carries a misdemeanor charge. This will give more work to OPLC, and it is unwise to put OPLC inspectors in a situation where they could be investigating these kind of crimes and should be reserved for law enforcement. Ask you to support the committee recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 341. Representative Senator Natasto requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. It'll be a division vote. Members, take your seat. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is a Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 341. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bordas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this is a common sense bill that will simply give licenses and an oversight to massage parlors, just like our barbershops and other stuff, and if I know law enforcement says a lot of sex trafficking happens through these massage parlors, why vote against this ITL motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is an attempt to solve a criminal problem by a regulatory method and it would send the inspectors of the OPLC to investigate serious and violent crimes, and if I know that this would charge the well-behaved and legitimate businesses in order to help law enforcement deal with the illegitimate ones, would I realize that it is an inappropriate method to solve a problem and vote in favor of the committee recommendation? Press the green button.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 341. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kelly.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 184 voting yea, 171 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 620 FN, establishing a Department of Early Childhood Education relative to a pre-kindergarten pilot program. This bill comes to us without recommendation. Representative Grody moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0376H, printed in House Record 11, page 43. Chair recognizes Representative Grody. On the amendment.
Thank you. The amendment to House Bill 620 changes the bill from a Department of Early Childhood Education to a Division of Early Childhood Education as part of the Department of Education. This was done to incorporate the cost of this pilot program into the Department of Education's budget and at the request of the Department of Education. So I hope that you'll vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
The motion before us is the amendment to House Bill 620. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Tony Lekas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker, sorry, wrong environment. As mentioned, the original bill would have stood up a whole new department for a pilot program, and without that, the bill probably would have gone to the Education Committee, which would have been the appropriate place to vet something like this. What this bill would do is put in place a 3-year pilot program for funding a pre-K, pre-kindergarten education program. And while there are studies that show pre-K education has positive results, there are actually many others, including quite good ones, that show results ranging from no benefits to actually harmful results. The only randomized controlled trial of a statewide pre-K program showed there was improvement after the first year. After the 3rd grade, pre-K children did a little worse than the controls, and after 6th grade, pre-K children did worse on all areas, math, science, and reading. And that was actually done by Vanderbilt University. There's been no evidence of improvement in National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NEAP scores, for children who have taken pre-K versus those who have not been in pre-K school. And as I said, there were studies done by Vanderbilt, also Harvard University, and one in Germany that shows similar results. The other issue is a 3-year pilot is too short. There may be some improvement over the short term, but the lack of improvement or potentially worse can show up later, and that's what some of the studies showed. So the risk is that we run this pilot program, are convinced that it actually is benefiting children when in fact it may not in the longer run. And that's a problem. And so we should not go down this path. Please support ITL or oppose, in this case, OTPA on House Bill 620. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 620 as amended. 50 years of research attests to the fact that vital learning happens before the age of 5. New Hampshire has a child care crisis. Any of you young mothers know what it's like. I can remember what it was like when my children were little, and then my children went and sought quality daycare, which wasn't always available. And there is an urgent need for our state to deliver early learning resources. Early care and education are a critical resource for young children and working families, and allows parents to remain in the workforce while providing a healthy learning environment for their children. To ensure that all children reach their potential, we must reimagine public education as a system that begins not in kindergarten, but with high-quality pre-kindergarten, that demonstrates and acknowledges the value of the value of early learning. 44 states currently offer state-funded early childhood programming. By voting yes on HB 620, New Hampshire would be the 45th. HB 620 creates an early childhood division in the New Hampshire Department of Education with appropriate authorization and employs an early childhood director to coordinate and facilitate necessary communications with the Division of Health and Human Services and all programs that serve children. The bill also authorizes the department to design, create, and administer a 3-year, high-quality, community-based, mixed delivery public pre-kindergarten pilot program. A mixed delivery model means that different types of high-quality early education providers may participate in the pilot program, including public and non-public schools and community-based programs such as Head Start and licensed child care providers. At the end of the pilot program, a report will be submitted to the governor and general court that reports on progress made in communities during the duration of the pilot, with details of how these programs have benefited the pilot communities, including family engagement, student performance and effectiveness. New Hampshire is the second oldest state, and we need to attract young families to live and work in our state. HB 620 presents an opportunity for New Hampshire to invest in its youngest members, elevate the importance of early learning, and deliver a much-needed system of learning. Please vote yes on HB 620 so the bill can go forward to the Finance Committee. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is how to pass as amended on House Bill 620. Senator Natasto has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 620. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Carol McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill conflates child care with education, and this bill also attempts to use mostly one-time money to establish a permanent department or division of the state government. And if I know that the pilot program is too short to be effective and that it also violates local control by establishing a state program for what should be local, would I push the red button and oppose ought to pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Department of Education has expressed support for establishing a Division of Early Learning and a limited 3-year pre-K pilot program, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that research shows that children's participation in high-quality early childhood education programs enhances their development, reduces achievement gaps at kindergarten entry, and can have long-term benefits for children's educational trajectories. And Mr. Speaker, if I further know that high-quality, community-based, mixed delivery public pre-K, funded through the Department of Education and administered by its Division of Early Learning, would improve educational outcomes for New Hampshire students, then would I now push the green button to prepare Granite State kiddos for effective K through 12 learning en route to meaningful citizenship and productive careers in our 21st century economy, goals that I know we all share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended in House Bill 620. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Committee report of ought to pass is adopted, and it is on its way to finance. We're now on the bills removed from consent. Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 102 local, an act requiring high schools to include instruction on the nature and history of communism. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Alicia Leak is for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I stand and make a motion, please.
The House will be in order. State your motion.
The motion to table, please.
Motion is in order. Ms. Nawad moves to table House Bill 102. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Okay.
No, I'm not going to do this. I want to go home.
We're doing a parliamentary inquiry on the table, so forget it.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 102. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Campbell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that my family and I escaped from communist Cuba because we lost everything we owned, including our personal rights, and if I know that communism is inherently evil, and if I know that the lack of knowledge on the subject of communism will lead to the propagation of that evil system of government, then would I now vote no and press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill requires for a high school student to graduate from high school to have a 1-hour class on communism, or the class may be embedded within some other class, and if I know that for 1 hour of instruction, without any kind of guidelines, what that instruction on communism may be, you could have things taught that maybe shouldn't be taught. And if I know that when we adopt these types of standards and requirements for graduation from high school, we're talking minimum standards for public school approval, would I then press the green button with the hope that any bill that comes forward in the future on this can be more thoroughly explained and more work put into it so we know where we're going? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 102. We're in the voting mode. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McAleer. Representative Hoyt.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. (314) voting yea, 44 voting nay. House Bill 102 is laid on the table. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 482FN, an act requiring the use of ballots with embedded security, traceability, and relative to the chain of custody for ballots cast in elections. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Ralph Bone for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 599FN, an act relative to requiring an audit of the November 2022 election results. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Clayton Wood for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 340FN, An act relative to transfer of residential property. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Scott Wallace for the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on behalf of 340, the Save Our Homes Act. In the summer of 2021, the Fox News YouTube channel posted a clip of their host, Tucker Carlson, talking about a little-known but very impactful corporation, BlackRock. Tucker, a man I disagree with 99.9% of the time, spoke about how BlackRock is slowly but surely gobbling up homes in many parts of America by outbidding families looking to buy them. Why would a venture capital firm offer $200,000 over asking price for homes, guaranteeing they'll win the bid? Well, once they own the home, they can rent it forever, making far more in profits, and of course they do. According to an article posted in The Atlantic, a quarter of all single-family home sales went to some form of corporate investor. All told, nearly a third of American house sales last year went to people who had absolutely no intention of living in them. In fact, corporate conglomerates like BlackRock are investing heavily in our homes. Homes once passed down over generations or sold at a rate commensurate to the living standard in that locality, now overbid by hundreds of thousands of dollars, shutting out folks like you and I from the running. These properties will be rented out over years. Their impact on the housing market disconnected completely from the localities in which they sit. But there's something else that we're giving away by allowing these massive corporate conglomerates to buy up all of America's homes and rent them until the end of time. The American dream. For the last several generations, Americans have relied on single-family homes to build a nest egg for retirement. They allow you to build equity. They're a place to raise a family. They allow your kids to stay in the same community long enough to make friends, get involved with their local community center, and saves them the experience of moving every year, as often happens with folks who live in apartments. They provide families stability. Homes build community. Ask your kids or grandkids if they or people their age think that home ownership will be in their grasp. The answer you're probably going to get is no. This is a tragedy in the wealthiest nation in the world, where we are blessed by abundance and opportunity. But it's our responsibility to defend that opportunity. That's why I'm supporting the Save Our Homes Act. The bill is simple. Straight from the bill, real estate on which single-family housing, including single-family housing with one or more accessory dwelling units on it on the same parcel of land, or multifamily housing is located, may only be acquired in whole or in part by natural persons, subject to the following exceptions. So in basic terms, this bill requires single-family homes to be sold to a real, living, breathing person. Not a venture capital firm, not a venture capital firm putting on the Groucho Marx disguise and pretending to be an LLC, nothing but a natural person. There's a grandfathering exception provided that the next buyer is a natural person. There's a development exception provided that the property is sold to a natural person within 2 years. And there's a clarification that this will have no impact on mortgages. The opposition to this bill seems to center around the constitutionality concerns. And not only could I not agree less about those concerns, but they're also not ours to decide. The power of judicial review rests solely in the courts. This may be the general court, but it's not the court. But let's discuss the concerns all the same. I would gather the concerns center around corporate personhood and the idea that corporations are people. Setting that aside for just a moment, in our statute in New Hampshire, we already have laws on the books that have different punishments for corporations and people, because of course we do. In New Hampshire, stealing a lobster pot is a mere violation if you're a natural person, but a crime if done by a corporate entity. What about voting? Your town voter checklist likely doesn't have your local Dunkin' Donuts franchise shop on its rolls. There are some things afforded to people not afforded to corporations. And buying a single-family home to raise a family ought to be one of them. I believe it's important to keep family homes for families. I believe that passing this law will help reduce and eliminate homelessness in our time. I will not allow soulless conglomerate corporations to deny anyone the American dream. I feel that now is the time to do this because if there were another crash like the 2008 housing crash, banks would be desperate to make up their money, making it extremely convenient for companies like BlackRock to swoop in, overbid, take the homes, and rent them forever. I know full well that the forces of the privileged few, privileged few and the special interests will come out in full force against this good legislation. To paraphrase President Franklin Roosevelt, they may be unanimous in their hate for this bill, but I welcome that hatred. By passing this law today and overturning the ITL, we will be saying loudly and firmly that we prioritize real people over corporations. And we believe that in a New Hampshire and in America where home ownership is a reality and the American dream may so endure for the next generation. Thank you. And I would like a division vote, please.
The chair recognizes Representative Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, House Bill 340 would seek to restrict the acquisition of single and multifamily properties to natural persons with certain exceptions. The bill would require a non-natural person that acquires single or multifamily property within one of the specified exceptions to register and file reports with the Secretary of State. This filing is already in place in the form of an annual report, which is required to be filed for all types of entities already and is currently the law. Penalties for failures to file the additional new annual report and comply with the provisions in this extreme proposal would generate violation referrals to the Attorney General's office for enforcement, which ultimately could result in the uncompensated taking of private property and its transfer to the municipality in which it's located. This proposed new filing would be an unnecessary burden on property owners and add unneeded burden to the Secretary of State's corporate division. With its unanimous, bipartisan 20-0 vote, this proposal was ITL out of committee. And colleagues, I ask that you support the committee's sensible, well-informed recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Representative Murray has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? I'm only counting people that are in their seats. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 340. The House will be in order. We're almost done. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Alessandra Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that home ownership is one of the cornerstones of the American dream, and if I know that corporate conglomerates like BlackRock and other financial institutions are buying up homes across New Hampshire to rent them in perpetuity, pricing families out of the market and creating false inflation in the market, and if I know that before us here today is a bill that bans corporations from stealing homes from families while keeping in place all the exceptions necessary to ensure the continuity of trusts, mortgages, and renovations, And lastly, if I know if we don't take action now to save homes, corporate ownership of the housing market will only grow into another 2008 scenario, running the risk of vanquishing the eternal light of hope for a better future for your family and America. Would I now push the red button to save our homes and the American dreams in 2023? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Wallace for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that thousands of New Hampshire property owners hold single and multifamily residential properties in LLCs, LLPs, IRS subchapter S and C corporations, and, Mr. Speaker, if I know that non-compliance with or violation of the provisions set forth in House Bill 340 could ultimately result in the transferal of said property to the political subdivision in which it's located by an uncompensated taking, the equivalent of a 100% tax on an asset that could be worth millions for a violation of the statute. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that taxation is theft, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the sensible...
The House will be in order.
And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know the sensible and well-informed members of the House Judiciary Committee found this bill inexpedient to legislate in a unanimous bipartisan vote, would I now press the green button to support the committee's recommendation?
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 340. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend the state of the vote. 273 voting yea, 78 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Senator Wilhelm declared a conflict of interest and did not participate. Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred HCR 3. An act relative to affirming states' powers over the federal Constitution. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Lundgren for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table.
It is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table. Somebody. The motion before us is to table HCR 3. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the tabling motion on HCR 3 passes. Chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered a third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
Question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will attend to announcements. Please, can everybody just sit in their seats for a couple of minutes so they can hear the announcements in case it affects you? Representative McGuire. I'm assuming it's Carol McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The eDNA Pension Subcommittee will be meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30 on House Bill 436. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Wayne McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And tomorrow afternoon, the Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee will be taking up a number of bills in executive session. In addition to those listed in the calendar, we'll also be considering House Bill 614 and an amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there have been some confusing messages out today. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in Finance Committee 210 to 11, the governor will be presenting the budget to the committee. There may be a chance to ask questions, and I'm told it will be on the TV, so you'll be able to watch it. For Thursday night, Brother Master Masons here. You are invited to the Ironworks Road Masonic Building for a dinner at 5:30 for Master Masons only on the Ironworks Road. If you don't know where it is, come and see me. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne.
Free lunch. The New Hampshire Retail Association invites you to their annual meeting at the Concord Holiday Inn this Thursday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., where they will be presenting their annual Retailer of the Year Award, Legislator of the Year Award, and Law Enforcement Partner of the Year Award, and lunch will be provided.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of quick announcements. Please remove all the items from your seat pockets. Take them with you. Please dispose of them in the trash cans or the recycling bins, not on the floors. And also, if you could, please empty out your mailboxes in the anteroom. Thank you.
The House will attend a request for unanimous consent. Representative Stewart.
This will be brief, I promise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to celebrate the accomplishments of some amazing women. For those of you who watched the Puppy Bowl on Sunday, I would like you to know that history was made over at Super Bowl 57 as an all-female flight crew performed the traditional flyover to commemorate the 50th anniversary of women flying for the U.S. Navy. The 4 aircraft flying over the stadium in Glendale, Arizona were an EA-18G Growler piloted by Lieutenant Margaret Denty of North Salem, New York, with Lieutenant Lindsay Evans from Palmdale, California, the electronic weapons officer in the back seat. A 5th-generation F-35C Lightning II with Lieutenant Suzelle Thomas of Birmingham, Alabama, and Lieutenant Jacqueline Drew of Waltham, Massachusetts. And 2 Super Hornets, one piloted by Lieutenant Ariel Ash from Abilene, Texas, with Lieutenant Sari Marino, Weapons Systems Officer of Birmingham, Alabama, the other with Lieutenant Katie Perkowski of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Lieutenant Naomi Ngale, Weapons Systems Officer of Springfield, Virginia. In addition to the officer air crews, the majority of the enlisted logistics, maintenance, and ground crew supporting the flyover were also women from the U.S. Navy. As with all traditional flyovers, the 4 aircraft flew over the stadium in a diamond formation, perfectly timing their appearance to coincide with the final notes of the national anthem. Mission accomplished. Thank you all for allowing me to commemorate this moment in history today.
Chair recognizes Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, I want to take a moment to say thank you, everyone who supported our brothers and sisters from Puerto Rico, supporting H.R. 13 resolution, give a deserved determination to my brothers and sisters from Puerto Rico. Thank you so much for doing that. My appreciation is for all the community leaders who's been working really hard to pass this. Especially for Carlos Cardona. He's a community leader who's been working really, really hard to try to introduce this and try to pass it. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the respect from my brothers and sisters from Puerto Rico.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the previous two speakers' remarks be included in the permanent journal.
Without objection, Chair recognizes Representative Seelig.
Thank you. I'm Representative Lauren Selig from Durham, and I just would ask the members who are still here, and I thank you for waiting, to join me in a moment of silence to honor the memory of the students whose lives were lost at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas 5 years ago today and last night at Michigan State University. Thank you.
Representative Osborne moved that the House stand in recess for the purposes of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving the messages. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.